We are ready.
All right, we will open this meeting of November 21st. Let the record show all the selectmen are present. I forgot it was the 21st.
Oh, timeline.
Town meeting.
Okay.
Question always comes up.
Yep,
It's right there.
all right.
Today would have been my parents' 65th wedding anniversary.
Quite a thing.
Wow. All right, we're gonna have a little change of the agenda. If it's okay with everybody, we don't have total budget figures from Tim yet because he's had a number of interruptions, I being one of them. So if we could skip down and let's do the regular selectmen's meeting, and then we could do the non-public with Chief Cormier, and then go on to the budget, and we will have, after the numbers with Chief Cormier, then we could probably have a good picture of what the budget is, and we could pretty close to finalize it so we can get it to the budget committee right after Thanksgiving.
Good to me.
We may have to have a special meeting, special workshop to just finalize a few numbers.
Are we realistically going to have it ready before December, what is it, December 7th we're scheduled to go?
11th, they
11th?
would like it a week, at least a week in advance for them to look over numbers when we give it to them. So that would be
I mean, we can
the
give them a
4th.
draft.
We can give them a draft on the 4th and just update them on the 11th. We could do that. And it's going to be pretty close. We can also go ahead and do the outside agencies if you would like now. It depends on what you want to do. You want to wait for the budget and do it all at once?
Maybe this is a budget all at once,
Okay.
I think.
All right. So, first up, and Catherine left me a little note in here for the wreaths. I think we just gave you permission to do this. So you're going to go with Bob? Okay. We're going to go with Bob Hardy to get the Christmas wreaths for the town hall. And 5 of them, 18-inch frame and a final size of 30-inch. So, little note.
Catherine, do I have a packet?
I thought you had your book.
I don't have any minutes in it.
Me neither.
You did what?
I have some minutes.
And I don't have an agenda, although I did pick up an agenda, but not in my
Should
book.
also have a PD,
I have that.
October
Maybe that's all there
31st.
is.
we don't have minutes.
We didn't get minutes.
We don't have minutes, right?
October
You have
31st?
minutes of, you didn't approve them last week.
Right, the
10:31.
31st.
Yeah.
Those we have to do.
The other one's in the computer.
Oh, okay, then I have everything. Good, thank you.
All right.
For everybody's information, Joyce just brought this over and put it underneath the glass. It's the timeline for the town meeting. So if you have any questions, it's right here.
Nice. We've been looking for that.
Yep.
I'm looking for my minutes of October 31st. Got them. Want to take those minutes? Make a motion, we bring the minutes of October 31st to the floor for discussion.
Second?
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
I don't know, that was a wrong number.
On page 2, highway budget, I think we should have an extra comma in the amount.
Uh-huh,
Oh,
okay.
Well, at first glance, $1,044 isn't bad.
.942 cents. I love it.
Well, that's Tim calculating it.
I know where the comma went. It's down after director. Must have jumped.
Yep.
That happened. You had a bad day.
We need to have an I on page 3 in Chair Constantino. Top of the page. Unless we really did.
Char.
Char.
I was,
our consult.
Char her over the
was
coals.
this the meeting I was charred?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. I believe Jim Doan has an E on the end of his last name.
I was looking at that, and is there another N?
Took it off. I'll double check that.
Is there
I
a
think it's
second N?
N-N-E. I've seen it spelled that way, but I
Yeah.
don't recall where.
Wait, don't we have something in our,
It would be on your,
Probably.
in your budget stuff probably. But we're on their website.
I think it's D-O-A-N-E.
Okay.
Did they ever get the actual hood installed inside the kitchen? I know they've got the fan installed on the roof. I know they've got it all prepped, but did they actually
Electrician.
install the metal?
What needs to happen now is the PSNH changed the outside from 100 to 200. That work is done. We're waiting now for the fire department to inspect his work, because he changed the inside panel to the 200 amp. And then he has to put an electrical outlet for the light and one for the fan itself. And then Mark and Chris will actually come and fabricate, which will be within the next couple of weeks,
Yeah.
and put that up.
Yep.
Steve Harris has, this week, I believe, is putting the stainless, he got the
Backsplash on,
stainless
yep.
steel, it needed to be cut a couple inches.
Yes.
And he got that piece, he
He
knows
asked
some of
me
the...
where that went, and I says, well, it goes right there. He says, yeah, but it's too wide. How wide do you want it? And I says, well, I wouldn't go any further than the light switch in the sink, but I'm not the guy to talk to, so hopefully he talked to somebody else.
I hope so, too.
If he just did it between the light and the sink, you're golden, but
He was just cutting a few inches off.
Yeah.
But that's going to be fastened sometime this week, and once the electrical work is done, which they couldn't do until the panel was finished, they now
they'll
going to put
in
it
the
up.
hood.
Yeah.
Does it have an Ansel system?
No. Doesn't need one unless you're frying.
No. They're a pain, trust me. I've seen one go off. I'm sure Catherine has too.
I am
Yeah, you don't want that to happen in your world.
pretty.
Christmas and summer.
Yes, sir. Christmas and summer. Funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
It is unless you're the one who has to clean it.
Walked out. Have a nice day.
But we were looking for someone that had a plasma cutter to cut the stainless steel piece.
Wow.
I called Caswell, and they did call me back, but when they called me back, we had already found someone else that was going to do it
Madam
for us.
Chair, I make a motion to accept the minutes of October 31st, 2013 as corrected.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, reports from selectmen. Well, our new schedule is going to throw us off a little bit with the Winnipesaukee Trail at 5. That's going to cut right into our non-public and budget.
I'll see if we can
Didn't even think of that. Okay.
pick up the pace.
We can pick it up and maybe Tim will be done by then. Okay. Sandy, do you have anything for us?
I was just going to say, I sent everybody a copy of the draft so far on the taxis. There's a couple things in here. I left the amount low because we hadn't talked about it. I had no idea what kind of a fee. I talked to the police chief, and he said maybe we could have something like, say, 25 non-refundable for the application, processing that. And if it is approved and the license is going to be given, then it would be a $100 fee per cab or per driver. Also, we've been talking about the penalty phase, because I wanted to talk to him before I tried putting anything in. So I don't know if any of you had additional things that you wanted to see in here, things you don't want to see in here. But if you can give me that information, and I will work with the chief, and we'll get the draft of the penalty part, and so that we can have a more complete. But I needed to talk to him because I just knew whatever we did, it has to be something that they can enforce, so.
We haven't really talked much about it.
Right.
What is the primary reason? I know a lot of communities do, especially the bigger cities.
Primarily, we have some...
Primarily, what is the reason that
We have someone coming in that wants to operate a taxi.
But why would we want to license a taxi? Why would we want to require anyone to have a taxi cab license? Is it
Because...
safety? Is it?
It's a combination of safety. By having them go through the licensing process, it allows the police department to make sure that they don't have a criminal background, that they don't have a bad driving background, sketchy at best. If you don't require something of them, how do you know that that guy that's out picking up people is...
Has insurance and has
Has
a license,
insurance,
and their
that's
car's
all part of it.
inspected, and
Okay, so if we do this,
should be minimal, but
and somebody slips through the cracks, are we liable? Because we let them slip through the cracks. Say we require people to have a license in Tilton, go through all the stuff, they go through the background check, whatever they're supposed to do. They slip through the crack, and there's some horrible, I guess the worst I can think of is pedophile.
Yeah.
And they're out there picking up people, and the next thing we know, there's this horrendous incident. Are we liable because they slip through the crack?
Well...
And then, they have to have a valid driver's license to drive a vehicle in the state.
Right. They have to have, a commercial license, right.
They may or may not.
everybody on our streets today has a valid driver's license.
Kidding.
No?
Are we any more liable if a hawker and peddlers, and I'm just thinking this through, hawkers and peddlers slip through a crack, and they knock on somebody's door, and,
We've done what we can do
Except
to...
they're liable under the state law.
If we
Even
do
if we
nothing,
didn't, if we didn't adopt it, there's still the state law. My
Well,
problem is the state doesn't require them, so we don't have
but
that
if we do
backup.
nothing and allow a cab company to operate and it turns bad, then I would say we definitely have an issue.
What
No,
percentage of
because we
towns
wouldn't
do,
be allowing or not allowing it. We'd have no say in it. They'd just come in.
do we know what percentage of towns in New Hampshire have licensing for cab drivers?
Several. I found
I know
many different,
larger cities do.
larger cities, Amherst, Bedford, well, I don't want to use Nashville because that's
Laconia.
large. Laconia, Franklin, New Hampshire. I mean, a lot of them do. They require licensing. And a lot of them, it depended on the town, some of their rules, there was really nothing from the law side of it. It was just general outline, like you can't eat in the cab, you've got to be able to speak English well enough for people to understand what you're saying.
Really?
Yeah,
It almost sounds discriminatory.
yes. But I'm just saying, I read these as well, but I think, I talked to the chief last night, and we discussed this quite lengthy, and, one of the things, like I said to him, and we tried to come up with an answer to, and was the fact that license cars that want to have their base, meaning that they pick up in Tilton and go out, they work in Tilton, but they can go, anywhere. And like he said, well, are you going to require, say, a taxi from Laconia to have a license to drop off in Tilton? And I said, well, no. I said, that's coming from another community. And, we can't say, what are you going to say to the people who live in this town, that you can only use a taxi if it works out of Tilton? I don't see how you can do that. And so if the guy wants to settle in Tilton and go by Tilton's rules, then that's what he would be. But like Northfield has their own rules, maybe he would decide to go over there. I don't know. But a lot of communities, and like the chief said, he feels that a taxi service in our town would be excellent if we get it. But he said, we want to have, like, you have to set the rules up to where they're pretty standard, but yet if they see him out and the police see him doing something that either is a safety violation or something like that, then you pull him over. And what about the safety of the car? If you notice that he's got bald tires,
But that's an inspection issue.
yes. But anyway, so, this is what we've come up with. I don't know, maybe you would, if we do nothing, then we have really no real control over the guy that's sitting in that taxi cab.
Right, then it becomes a civil matter.
Between the driver and...
It's fair.
But,
What I looked at for most communities that have them, and I looked at the ones that I knew had them, the bigger
Yeah.
cities, it's primarily, a lot of them required background checks.
Yes.
The cars have to be clearly labeled that they're
taxis.
taxi, that their fares are posted.
Yep.
That they keep them on file with the community, and some communities allow meters, and then there's the whole, if they allow meters, then there's the whole inspection of the meter thing.
Right.
So,
well, that would be a reason right there, inspection of the meters, wouldn't it? But who does that?
who does that?
Yeah.
So, I was just wondering how everyone else felt, because I've been pondering it over in my mind, and I'm not, because it's something we've never done before.
Oh, I
Had
understand.
taxi services in town.
Oh, yeah, I used to drive the taxi.
Yeah, you did.
Yes, I did.
Did you have a background check?
Check behind me, there's nothing behind.
Okay, I was just curious how the rest of the board felt.
Well, I don't know how everyone feels. If you don't want a taxi thing, then we won't have one, but it just seems like we might be leaving ourselves vulnerable.
I'd feel safer if we had something that told me that who's ever driving that taxi wasn't gonna pick up some of our young children in this town.
Right.
And,
Find out has a pedophile background.
being discriminative or not,
Yeah.
that's how I feel.
Yeah, I'm all for discriminating against pedophiles.
So, Collie bag.
And that is what it is.
Exactly.
And for all you pedophiles.
I think
my
I would
name's
feel,
Joe. Come
I
on
think it
down.
will take some time before we, work it out and iron out the ins and outs on it, but
Yeah.
I think I would feel a little bit more secure knowing that we've done our best to have some type of regulation in it. As to what regulations to put in it, I haven't a clue, because we haven't been down this road before.
Right.
I would just think your basics.
Well, the chief has said he would certainly help me to create this, and, I think that it's going to take input from everyone, because I don't know what's going through your minds. So if you have suggestions, please offer them. That's the only way we're going to come up with something that we can all, agree to and live with.
Actually.
So, I will go on, I'll work with him as far as the penalty phase, if somebody breaks the law, or they have moving violations and stuff like that. I think that's important too, because you don't want somebody that's constantly breaking the rules and getting tickets. Do you really want them driving other people around?
Have you created the application?
Yes, it's all part of the package.
I haven't printed it out, so I haven't looked through all
Okay.
the documents yet.
So anyway, if you want to continue looking at it, the only thing I guess I would ask you is, what do we do about the young man right now that is waiting for an answer from the planning board on whether or not he can have a cab, have his setup here in town?
Well,
That should,
we can't hold him at bay while we retroactively make an ordinance.
Okay?
I think we should just do a,
He can have a taxi cab in town,
Right.
is the answer.
Yep.
Unless he's going to have an office space, he wouldn't have to site plan.
What he's talking about doing is renting space in one of the downtown places just for him, a desk and a telephone.
So he is going to have an office space.
Yeah. But depending on where he wants to go with it, he may or may not be required to do a site plan,
Exactly.
because he's not using it for anything other than a place to hang his telephone.
I don't
He
think
can go forward with the planning board.
Yeah.
If we create an ordinance, he's going to have to
He's going to have to
comply with it.
comply with it,
Yeah.
right.
I don't
Yeah,
think
just let 'em know
that our inability to resolve this matter should prevent him from moving forward.
Okay.
As much as I want to control this on some level, because I think it's the right thing to do,
Well,
it's
then-
unfair to him.
Why don't we leave it then that as a planning board group, that we could suggest to him that although we don't have any regulations right now, we would like him to go and sit down with the chief so that the chief can make sure he has a current commercial license for driving.
How can you require him to do that?
No, we're going to ask him to, or the
Can't
planning
require
board.
him.
No,
Can't
I
require
wouldn't.
him.
That's, yeah.
Everybody who's on the up
Be
and
careful
up
with
is going to want to be a part of the community.
The planning board
and-
can certainly say, do you have a commercial license? And it's
Do you have to have a commercial license for taxi?
No, you have a
According to the
limousine
state.
license. What is it? What's
Livery?
I thought it was
There
a
isn't one?
commercial license.
I thought there was a license you had to have if you, oh, no,
That's
it's
limo
number of
and
people
bus.
Limo.
in your vehicle.
Yeah, the limo is,
Yeah, that's
so
because you
is
can
the-
have
are
a
the
bunch of
buses.
people.
Can you give this individual conditional approval, conditional on the fact that at such time as an ordinance?
No.
No?
No,
Oh,
no, right now, he
like
shouldn't have been,
Haywood.
he shouldn't have
Right.
been installed at all.
That's like saying, hey, you've got a good idea bringing that to town, but let's wait here until we got an ordinance, and then
Yeah.
we'll think
That could be
about the-
months.
We'll think about the rules.
right.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
then
the
I will
fact of the
Could be
matter
months,
is,
sure.
I will tell Gus, we have a meeting coming up next week, to have this young man come in and give a, like a description of what it is he wants to do and where in town, so that they can see whether or not he is required to do a site plan. I would be highly suspect that they wouldn't find that to be true, but,
every space down there is office space.
yeah. So, and he has already said to Gus that he's going to have 2 or 3 other drivers. He wants his cars on the road 24 hours a day. I mean, they're not going to drive, but they'll drive in shifts, and he would like to start about the 1st of December.
He should be able to just I don't even think he has to come into a description, does he? Because if it's just an office, it's an office.
Right. Well, the only thing he'll have to do is register his business with the town.
Right, that's what I mean. Call, say, register your business with the town, get an office.
And doesn't the fire department require anytime somebody moves into a building that they have to give a CO?
CO, we all do.
So that means that he needs a CO from the fire department once he gets set up where he's going to be, and register his
both of us.
business. Okay?
Yep.
All right, then I will let Gus know that.
Excellent.
And meanwhile, I'll keep working on this and see if we can't come up with something we all agree to.
Definitely should have something.
Okay.
The only other thing I want to say is, that was a very nice article in the newspaper today regarding our tax rate and everything, but one thing that I wanted to add, it's unfortunate that it wasn't put in there, but it was said, and that's the fact that every town employee we have contributes to keeping our tax rate at the level that we keep it at. If it weren't for the people who worked for this town, it would be very difficult if not everyone joined together with this same goal in mind, and that is to keep taxes low. So I personally would like to thank the town administrator and our secretary and Tim Pearson and everyone in the front, Cindy, our town clerk and the deputy town clerk, everyone has had a say in helping to keep this rate at the point that it is. So I personally appreciate everyone, because they make us look good, too. Thank you.
I'll second that one.
Aye.
Okay, I have a few things. One is, I have some very exciting news. Jane and I wrote a grant for a new commercial dishwasher for our seniors. As we know, we have a very high-end residential that takes an hour cycle, and a new commercial will only take 7 minutes.
Wow.
Yep,
Difference.
Wow. 7 minutes?
7 minutes, in and out. And,
Chemical
What kind
or
of a
heat?
dishwasher is this?
and,
I want one of those.
It's a good thing you've got the 220 running into the building.
yes, absolutely. We need a 220 outlet in order to do it. So, thanks to Meredith Village Savings Bank Grant Foundation, we were awarded $4,592 to include also installation money for our hood. Thanks to them, we can now go commercial dishwash shopping for the senior center. So thank you very much to Meredith Village Savings. Also, today we were notified that our senior center has been completely paved, and this afternoon it will be striped. And thanks to Richard and Heather Stanley of Porter Paving. It was a donation, 100% donation from them. So thank you very much to Porter Paving for...
Now, if we,
Can you imagine now that seniors are not getting out and stepping in puddles that were created with just it was awful this past winter, and now they don't have to do that. It's just amazing.
Joyce, since that was done in kind, do we need to formally accept that?
Just like we did with the,
Do the grant too?
yes, the grant,
The grant as well?
yep.
So,
Because we would put a value on that paving, because it becomes a fixed asset.
I thought so.
10,000.
10,000.
So I'll make a motion that we accept the donation from Richard and Heather Stanley Porter Paving for the pavement and striping of the senior center parking area.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
And a motion that we thank and accept a donation from Meredith Village Savings Bank for $4,592 for our commercial dishwasher and installation of hood.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Also, I have another happy note. Dear Selectmen, my name is Katina LeMay, Treasurer for the Troop 82 within the Daniel Webster Council and the Boy Scouts of America. I am proud to inform you that my son Connor LeMay, who has been a member of Troop 82 in Tilton, New Hampshire for the past 5 years, achieved the rank of Eagle Scout, Scouting's highest rank, on September 8, 2013. Connor's Eagle project was to build a story walk along the Winnipesaukee River Trail. The story walk includes 18 posts that each hold 2 pages of children's picture book. This allows the young and old alike to enjoy a story while getting exercise on the walking trail. In the near future, we will be conducting Connor's Eagle Court of Honor. Would you please be so kind as to send this worthy Eagle Scout a letter of congratulations along with any items you would wish to be presented to him during his Court of Honor? We will see that it is presented to Connor as a permanent reminder of the importance of his achievement. I am sure that Connor will be proud to receive an acknowledgement from you. In order that we might compile all of his recognitions, letters, certificates, items into a special presentation album, we would appreciate if you would send it to your correspondence to, and then it gives Katina's address. Connor's steady, persistent progress through the ranks to achieve this prestigious award demonstrates his determination to prepare himself for a meaningful, productive role in society. His exemplary performance in scouting will serve as a beacon to those scouts who follow him. Thank you very much for taking time from your day to help this community and this unit recognize the personal achievement and service of Eagle Scout LeMay. Yours in Scouting, Katina LeMay, Treasurer, Troop 82. And his Court of Honor is going to be held at the Tilton Senior Center, January 11th, and I'm going to be there. Joe?
I would love to. I've been to a couple of these
At
things.
1
It's
p.m.
one of the joys of being a select,
It's
truly.
one of the, absolutely.
January what?
11th at 1 p.m. at the Tilton Senior Center. So kudos to Connor for making that achievement.
That's
And Joyce,
December
you're going to
11th,
make
right?
up the certificate.
Certificate, yeah, and I'll be going to that as well.
Yep.
Is it January 11th or?
January 11th,
January
2014,
All the kids do.
at 1 p.m. All right, now that we've continued on the high note, I just really have to give you a sad note now.
Oh,
Sorry, but that's the way it is. To the Tilton Planning Board, I am sorry to have to tell the board that I must resign from the Planning Board effective immediately, as I have taken a position in another state and will be leaving Tilton on December 1st. Rich Benson.
Oh,
Benson.
Rich
Oh,
Benson.
no, that's too bad.
Yes, he
It
is such
Yep.
an asset.
he is.
He and his wife
Yep.
helped on the Riverfront Park Committee.
And
Good for him, though. Apparently, this is a
We-
positive move.
we lose Karen as a huge supporter of the senior center as well.
Oh, is she on that as well? They are so marvelous.
Yep. So, yeah. Well, I wish them well. It's sad, but we do wish them well. There's a letter in here for the most recent population projections for, in Tilton's projection for 2015 is 3530. 2020 is 3572. And I'm going to jump up to 2040, it's 3834.
Who is that from?
This is from Lakes Region Planning.
And then they get the data from the State Planning Commission, the State Office of Energy.
Or 15, 20, 35, 30. I thought we had more than that now.
Is that
3,600 and something.
Yeah.
the gray building?
I don't know, I'd have to look. I've been into many of them lately.
3578.
So we're actually losing people?
Well, if you look through all those population projections, a lot of, especially the North Country, they're losing population a lot.
Really?
Is that because we're all getting older?
Well, that, and then they also
Younger.
talk about with the demographics, how we have fewer people coming into the state,
Yeah.
and more people are leaving. The ones that are staying are...
So, on another note, as you see on the website, the Cub Scouts were here Monday night. They, in part, in lieu of coming here and touring the town hall and asking the questions, and they earned their citizen badge. It was very exciting, and they asked some very interesting questions. What percent of the budget is the police? Can you give yourself a raise? You know, what does term...
Can we give ourselves a raise?
What does the word term...
We can
Just curious.
We can suggest it.
What does the word term mean? And why are you doing the budget now when it's for next year? They were pretty good questions. And then I went downstairs, and Chuck was with the Conservation Commission, and of course, there was the chair of the budget and the chair of Parks that was in the Conservation Commission, so they spoke to the Cub Scouts, and then we had to tour the old jail, so that was the highlight
Ooh,
of the whole
scary.
meeting. It was very scary for them, some of them. But it was exciting. We got a letter back saying thank you to us, and put their picture up on the website, which was exciting for them, and most importantly, they earned another badge.
Yep.
They should get 2 badges just for going down to the jail.
Just going down to the jail. Yeah.
Imagine getting 6 months in there. You wouldn't do it again, I'll tell you.
I remember when they were in full operation down there.
And one last item is, don't forget, the senior center is hosting a craft fair on November 30th and December 1st. Emily LaPlante and Iris Iano is in charge of it. We have 45 tables
Wow.
that are already rented. And
Outstanding.
it's at the old Agway building, which is now AutoServe. And it's from 9 to 4 on Saturday and 9 to 4 on Sunday. So all the tables are rented out. There's no more room at the inn for vendors. So we're kind of excited about that. All right, Catherine, you're up. Got anything for us?
Not really. I sent everybody an email about the street sweeping, but we don't have to bring that up tonight.
You did? I didn't get
I
anything.
didn't get one.
No? Crap.
Whatever, not today. If you sent it today, maybe.
No, it was earlier in the week. Oh, well.
I didn't get one, I'm
No, we
sorry.
didn't
Get
get
so
one.
few from you, I would have remembered.
Well, somebody out there got it.
Probably wondering.
It's a good
why.
thing I don't send anything, non-public out there, because that's the reason I don't. Well, anyway, all right, so I'll just give you a briefing. Oh, now I wonder where it went. I've asked this periodically since I became a selectman, and I've really never gotten an answer that satisfies me personally. We pay an entity to sweep Main Street. They don't sweep Route 3 in any other location of town, but we hire them to do Main Street.
Oh, they do other places in town. They do,
Only in April, and then I don't think they go very far.
they go the village. They do the whole village. They do
Silver
Maple
Lake
Court,
Road.
Yeah.
they do Cedar, they do Chestnut,
Do they do
Prospect. they
down
do-
at the west end?
That
Do
I
they?
don't know.
I know they don't do Manville intersection and Route 3, and that's a safety issue there. It's not for aesthetics. So in April is an invoice, sweeping of town roads, 2 sweepers. Okay?
Yeah.
Here's one for May 31st and June 5th, sweeping of Main Street. Here is June 13th, 20th, 26th, and July 3rd, sweeping of Main Street. Here is 8/14 and 8/21, sweeping of Main Street. Here is 9/11, 18th, 25th, and October 2nd, sweeping of Main Street.
Really?
Here is
Twice a year thing.
October 9th, the 17th, 23rd, and 30th, sweeping of Main Street. The total we spent in 2013 to keep Main Street swept.
Beep, 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 beep.
That's his computer.
You want to give that information out?
Why not?
Because if they go up to bid, they're going to find out what we spent.
This is public information.
Okay, good.
All I gotta do is look at our expenditure report, because that's where this came from.
Okay.
So the total in 2013 was $5,270.
We didn't approve that.
It's in the budget. So in a Board of Selectmen years ago said sweep Main Street. And this is a continuing board, so until that's rescinded, that's what gets done. So our Public Works Director is doing exactly what he was directed to do years ago. In 2012, we spent $3,662. In 2011, we spent $3,495. And in 2010, $3,785.
Perhaps we should revisit this.
Well, I do recognize that after winter, we should have an entity come into town and clean up that sand, because it does create a safety hazard.
That's what I thought we were
At
paying
our
for.
intersections, I mean, Manville Road happens throughout the year, depending on the rainstorms we get, because it'll wash rain from the sides of the road, not just the sand that's spread during the winter months.
Yeah.
But
they
stabilized
try to
sand,
pull
Italy
out.
wrote it right out and sent it right
Yeah.
down there, so when you pull out, you're skidding out. It's just because of the makeup of the intersection. But my point is, it's equity. This may be our downtown, but we have businesses all along Route 3, and we have pockets of that. What we do for one, we should do for all, or
Are you
not.
suggesting we increase?
No, I'm suggesting we don't.
Outstanding.
I would like to see us do a cleanup after
In the spring.
winter, unfortunately, because DOT isn't going to clean up their own sand.
Salt, sand, papers that have been
Yeah.
buried from the winter.
But I don't
Sure.
think we should be spending that kind of money,
No,
keeping one section of the road cleaned. But again, we can talk about it further, and I'll find out.
See those invoices, please?
I
I'll
don't
find
know
out
if we
where
should delay this, because sometimes these things get forgotten.
This is-
That seems
These
ludicrous,
are the singles, and then the
to
back.
spend that much money.
Yeah.
It cost us less to buy some brooms, and
We shouldn't be spending money on it anyways.
I'll try to figure out where
I can see it maybe once.
It's not out of land.
I think I'm going to stop using a computer.
Or like you really use a computer.
I do, I use it for like a typewriter.
Well, there you go.
At home, I have a typewriter.
That makes sense.
I probably sent it to all the health officers in the state. Other than that,
So the April one is actually all of the roads that he does, that's the cleanup.
well, I was trying
And
to,
then
I didn't know about the other.
June, July, August, September, October, once a month, he does the Main Street.
no, it's not once a month. If you look at the individual, let me see this for
Yeah.
a second. If you look at the dates, so July 10th, the 17th, the 25th, and the 31st in July, they came out and swept Main Street, and then they did it on the 7th.
Or did they?
So in a month's time, they were here, what, 5 times?
Once a week,
So...
like once a week. yeah.
I think we need
According to the ordinance, they have a
to, I
contract.
mean, we're in budgeting now, so I think we need to think about what we want to do. The information I'd like to have is that when they come in the spring, where exactly are they sweeping?
Right.
Makes sense.
And how many times actually are
Right.
they doing downtown? I mean, it seems to me, just looking at it without any details, background or anything, it looks to me like it's a little excessive for downtown.
You think?
I think that it should be, we should do the towns after the spring cleanup, but I believe that we should be doing all the towns that need to clean, all the town roads that need to clean up that are hazard. I mean, there are roads that you're dumping a lot of sand and salt on, that they have to shovel it up before. I mean, just on my street, because it's a dead end, the amount of sand that's collected at the end of that road is, 4 or 5 inches.
I'm a motorcyclist. It's a danger to motorcycles and
Right.
bicyclists, kids on bikes.
Right.
That sand is just like ball bearings if you're trying to make a turn. And I can see doing it in the spring.
So I
But
thi-
doing it every 7 or 10 days for months on end just doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Just this,
Sorry.
that's just the main street that he does that. but
Nonetheless,
Right.
how much dirt
I
could
think that we
be
need to,
on
right.
there?
I think that we need to look at how many times that we want the Main Street done, And then we need to relook at the roads
Right.
that we're having done. I think that sounds like consensus here,
We're
that
not having done.
that we're not having done and that we want to include to have done. So if there's roads that need to be added to the existing roads that are being done, then now's the time that we should be doing it and getting a quote from that and adding that to the budget.
Right.
Sounds good.
Or deleting the Main Street to the budgets and making the necessary adjustments.
So we should have Dennis come in
Yep,
and,
exactly,
tell us
Find out.
right.
what
what?
roads are done for the
We can,
spring.
we can get to him and one of us can get to him and say, Joyce, what we would like from Dennis is, based on the information that we have here with the invoices and the total for the year that he spent on street sweeping, that if we cut down the cut out the Main Street sweeping and added the necessary roads that the board feels, would he go back out and get a quote on that and see what the budget, what we needed to be put in the budget accordingly on that? Or have,
Well, that's another side of it too, because we don't get quotes for that. We only go to one entity.
no, we get quotes.
We do for the yearly things, but not,
Isn't that the one, isn't
No,
that
he
one of
comes
the
in with
ones
three
he come?
quotes.
That's one of the ones that he's come in and asked us to do Soul.
He used to do it, but he comes in with 3 quotes and then he lets us know which is preferred. We've done it each year, the last 3 years, we've done it with 3 quotes. And,
I know he says that it has to do with their equipment.
right,
And the method that they use to deposit the stuff that they've collected.
and there's a charge for driving as well, and one charges a driving charge, and then, so that's why we went with this entity.
But really, I think we should talk to him about the route before we get the bids.
yes.
Yep.
That'll
We really
affect the
need to talk
price,
to him
certainly.
about what routes,
Well, we're
what
gonna have
roads
we're
we
gonna-
want to have done.
If we do that, we're gonna need to do that. We're not in next week, Thanksgiving, we're all taking the week off, right?
Correct,
Correct?
correct,
Unless Al's coming in.
correct, not.
We're
I'll
all,
be cooking Thanksgiving dinner, I'm just saying.
well, I'm coming to your house.
Outstanding.
I probably won't show up Thursday because I'll show up Wednesday and realize I
You're
shouldn't
gonna
have.
be Wednesday night
I'll be here
budget
Wednesday. I'll be
anyway.
checking on the building Wednesday
Oh,
night.
budget's not meeting next
Well,
week.
she's still gonna come.
Oh,
Because
okay.
she's been saying she's coming Wednesday night.
Okay.
I've already been planning for it.
So then,
I'll meet you here,
the
we'll go
next
for a
week, we
beer.
have to have it, the next week, we have to have the budget to the, at least the budget, the finalized budget to the,
Right.
but we can always amend it afterwards, but, so the next
Exactly.
week, ask Dennis to come in the next week, Selectmen's meeting. We'll come in at 2 to finalize the budget.
Next week at 2.
No.
No, the week
She's doing
after.
it too.
No meeting next week.
Next week at 2 is, they'll be having dinner, I'm sure, Thanksgiving dinner.
I'm thinking, I'm sorry.
The week after Thanksgiving.
Is
The
December.
next meeting, the next selectmen's meeting.
Is the 5th of December.
I thought we were still doing Tuesday budget meetings at 3, but we're not anymore.
We have
No.
Doing them on Thursday.
Well, it's been a while.
Right.
Thursday,
Wow, on that one.
that Thursday, December 5th is going to be at 2 o'clock. We're going to finalize the budget, and then so that we can send it off to the Budget Committee, because we present the budget Wednesday night on the 11th. We have to get this finalized. So we need Dennis to be here on the 5th, get us the numbers, and then we'll make an adjustment before the 11th. We'll give them the draft, and then on the 11th, we'll make the correction.
Well, if we have the
Well,
information.
no.
We'll make it as
11th
soon
is
as
the
we...
budget committee meeting.
Well, right, the 12th, we'll make the correction and give it to the Budget Committee as soon as we get it.
We'll give them what we have.
I'm sure that's not the only correction we're going to be making.
Exactly.
That's right.
Okay, so everybody,
Yep.
Sounds
Sounds
good.
good to me.
man, see how easy we got through that? All right,
I have hand-delivered notices to all the merchants on Main Street to see if they will decorate and light up their storefronts to help us light up Main Street for the parade on the 7th. We should talk tonight about what we're going to do about the island. We're slowly running out of time.
I say light it up.
Okay. Shall we have Public Works do that?
Northfield doesn't want to light it up, I say not light it
They
up.
don't wanna be a part
Shame
of
on
it,
them.
okey-dokey, at least a bridge.
Did you send them an email and
Easter
ask them
bridge.
to get
Yes.
it?
It's in the FYI file. Glenn Smith sent me an email, and he said he took a poll of the Board of Selectmen there, and they said no. They're not-
Yeah, we got
Well, it
that
wasn't,
last
we
week.
wanted a motion.
We had that last week.
They-
Yeah,
No, I want to go, I wanted you to go back and ask him to make a motion, not to or to, so that it's a matter of the minutes in a selectmen's meeting, that they are not,
Right.
at Tuesday's meeting, so that they are not, I just don't want to poll and verbally tell us that they're not going to help light up the island.
Well, what they did is they made a decision outside of a duly noticed selectmen's meeting. They should not be making any decisions unless they're in a meeting. So the whole poll taking is,
Then this Tuesday, they would have talked about it. We spoke to him last week, he said,
Right,
Right.
so this Tuesday. I mean, if they had talked about it, it would have been this past Tuesday.
right. They didn't,
No, that was dated last week.
Right. And now they're
Thursday,
just
so he would have
telling me.
brought it for them
Oh,
on
on
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
So we need to find out how they voted on
They didn't-
Tuesday.
No, he
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 didn't,
wasn't
Final.
going to bring it?
he wasn't going to
He said
bring it.
No, he's not bringing
Oh.
it. Yeah, that's.
He said he wasn't bringing it to the board. We
Right.
want
Because they don't
a,
wanna have it, so he's not
he
gonna
said
bring
he
it.
polled them, that was enough.
Informal.
Right.
of the
Oh,
board.
okay, I didn't,
And that's,
we would like a formal vote.
we would like a formal vote, because we're asking them to do something with an island that they co-own with us, that shared resources, and they took a poll of the members of the selectmen outside of a scheduled meeting. That's not
The legal vote.
a legal vote, our opinion.
fine, but you kind of started it.
I would say the state of New Hampshire's opinion, too.
Certainly 91As.
Okay, whatever they do, we can move forward
Yes.
with our part,
Whatever we,
and probably should make our plans
yep,
accordingly.
right. What do we want to do?
Well, okay, I want to light up bare minimum the bridge.
How
I
about the
think,
gazebo? I think,
sure,
light that up.
Yep.
And even, it's pretty when lights are strung through the trees. It has that wispy,
and maybe a 50-foot Santa and the sleigh coming down. Okay, how much is this gonna cost, is my big point here.
The little
I'm all
bridge to
about
nowhere
Christmas.
could be lit up.
What's our budget?
Solar,
What's our budget?
we haven't set one.
We haven't set.
Exactly, so what's our budget? Are we gonna spend $500? Where do we get it? Who does the work?
I don't think lights are that
Highway.
expensive, are they?
We don't want those little chintzy lights that are gonna half burn out, and if this one goes out, everything
No.
behind that, it's gonna take a semi-industrial lighting scheme to ensure we can use them next year, and that we're not just throwing our money in the river.
Right.
Which is environmentally not safe, but be that as it may. I think that we should get decent lights, and I digress. You're gonna break your glasses out.
For $2, Joe. Be all right.
Okay, I'll give you the $2 if you break them. This takes a little bit of something to do it. It's, let's light up the island, and it magically becomes alive. Are we gonna have colored lights or those little white LEDs?
I like the colored lights, but I think whatever we want to do is going to be beautiful.
You're so optimistic. I love that about you.
Well, but it will.
It will, I know it will.
All those little colored lights, and especially if it snows at all, it'll be gorgeous.
Outstanding.
Whether we just do
Okay.
the gazebo, whether we run lights in the trees, I don't think it really matters. It's
So
what we
they
end
the
up with.
little lights or the normal lights? I call them normal lights.
Yeah.
Normal.
You got the C2s, which are the ones
He's
that,
getting technical
when we were
now.
kids,
Mm-hmm.
that's the ones we had because those little bug lights weren't in existence then.
Right.
I would rather have the C2s.
Yeah.
And those are more expensive, certainly.
See, are those the little LED ones you're talking about?
No, those are the,
The old-fashioned,
big
Those are
The
the
the old-fashioned
these are the old-fashioned lights.
old-fashioned kind of town. I'm an old guy. I'm an old-fashioned guy. If you go old back to the 60s.
I'm okay for lights, whatever they are, and they work, I'm in.
Okay, Chief in.
Me too.
I
Me too.
have some that I'll gladly donate.
Are
Outstanding.
they outside commercial lights?
Oh, they commercial? You mean with the big white?
No, the commercial lights have a safety aspect to them.
And if one blows, they all don't go out.
Yeah.
How old are your lights? 10 years?
Oh, no.
Could still put them up on a lamp post or something. It's not like they would go to waste.
Okay, no,
But that
that's fine.
can't be our primary source of lighting.
I can give
Right.
donate to somebody else.
Right.
Because I switched to all the LEDs.
Nice.
So they burn cooler and save energy.
All right. So the plan is,
Bring them around
let's,
here. Only when we're
Outstanding.
here. Only
We'll
when
put them on the front of the table.
we asked Dennis, if he's gonna hit me, I know if I say this. If we ask Dennis to go ahead and light the island up, and we say it's gonna come from your budget, we know it's gonna be conservative.
Yeah, there'll be one light on the island.
Island budget of 2,000, island repair budget. We've got some money in there.
Money and I would.
All
It
right.
isn't just the concerts, it's
Right.
island repair.
How
Well,
much money is in that line? Do you have any clue?
2,000, I think we spent 20.
if we
Dollars?
buy good quality lights, they can be taken
Hallelujah,
down and
we're gonna
used
get
for a
some
number of
lighting.
We're gonna
years.
use them for a number of years,
Well,
right?
like the lights we bought for the
For the
big
big
tree
tree,
down
we,
there.
remember last year, 2 years ago, we bought the big lights for the trees, because
Yeah.
the kids stole,
Broke them
Yes.
up and stuff,
Yeah.
but that's been
and
rectified.
we bought quality lights.
We've spent $285. Our remaining balance as of October 31st is $1,750.
There gotta be some serious lights on that island.
I think you can get some good stuff.
Oh, yeah, I think so too.
So can you ask Dennis to do, what was it, gazebo, bridge, and the trees and shrubs?
Yeah.
Tell him we want that tallest tree on the island, we want it totally covered.
Now he's gonna bring in a crane and,
Gazebo and what else?
The
Trees?
smaller trees
Smaller, the pretty ones.
Small trees.
and
that
shrubs.
little walk bridge thing is gone, right?
No, it's out there.
Don't they pull that for the winter?
Now, it just floats
No,
around out there.
that stays there.
Then we should light that thing up
Right.
too. That'll give us a nice little focal point.
Yeah,
Okay, and then
down that end it will.
about extension cords.
That's
He'll
all
have
part
to
of the budget.
acquire what he needs to do that.
Yeah, whatever you
So
need.
that we can reuse next year.
Right.
Dedicate them for the island.
And he should make certain that the big tree is all set and ready to go. That hasn't been vandalized.
December 7th is a Christmas parade, so,
So, I would make a motion that
wait a
we,
minute, hold on, before you do that, Catherine had a question.
I was just wondering if when I'm ordering wreaths for the outside of the town hall, if you wanted to put
2 on the end?
at the gazebo or at the end.
Someone might steal.
at the end.
Or we could hang them on the side of the bridge so that when you're
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
town,
yeah.
you can
Hang 'em on the
see
bridge.
Decide where you want them.
Yeah.
Could I just order them?
Yes.
Would that be-
Yeah, we could hang them on
We
either
could
side
zip
of the
tie.
bridge.
And that way,
Yeah.
coming either way,
But
you're
we'll
going to
have to
see
work
it.
at getting them
Decide
off.
where you want to, where they look better, and I'll just order
Right.
them, then you make.
I like that, either side of the bridge.
All right, so are we still on the island, or are we now putting the...
No, Joe's gonna make a motion.
I would make a motion that we decorate the island for the Christmas holidays, and that the money is to come out of the island repair fund? Is that
Island expense line.
island expense line, not to exceed $750?
Second.
All right. So motion has been made and seconded. Any more discussion on that? Because this is from Joe now.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm about Christmas, and I think it's,
Done.
Important for downtown to be a happy place.
Could you, in the minutes, when you put this part in the minutes, bold type this, please, so everybody can see it?
Use my full name, Catherine.
All those in, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Please note that Joe said aye.
And would you please
yeah, I'm gonna
ask
vote
Dennis to
against
check on the big tree?
Okay.
Make sure that it's ready to go.
He hires the lift and he.
Yes,
the lights and
right.
everything.
They check the light.
He may need it for the island.
If you can roll that in together, that would be cool, because you only got $750 to get the stuff.
Hold it that, and see what's going on.
Well, I think he does the Christmas tree. He takes that out of his budget.
Okay.
Well, he won't have to do the island out of his budget, so there'll be some labor involved.
Ready?
All right.
You all got my hand out for
Do I?
permits? Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, of course I do.
We're up on permits by a lot. Today I handed out 3 cease and desist on signage. Also got a thing back from our lawyer for Emerald Lane on that trailer. We got our court fees back. And we also got a little bonus of $1,000.
Nice.
Wasn't
take
the
it.
$106,000 I wanted, but
Right,
you
I'll
know,
take it.
I'll take the 1,000.
Go high, negotiate your way down.
Got a legal fees.
Now, is this the column that they pay? Oh, no, the fee.
We're looking at. It says fee, that's the money I've taken in so far.
Okay. Wow. Nice.
My goodness.
So we're doing a little bit of business.
Well, businesses are finding it, Tilton's a good place to be,
It shows.
which has an upside and a downside, but at least we're on top of it.
Yeah. We try to,
By we, I mean you, Al.
we try to be. Besides that, everything's running rather smoothly. Walmart's 3/4 of the way open. Aspen Dental will be open for its first patient, they told me, on January 10th.
Really?
That's what they're telling me.
They're coming right along, that's a cookie cutter operation, so
Yeah, they're moving fast.
they know what they're doing. Once they get,
Assembly line teeth.
Besides that, everything's kosher. I'm happy. I'm happy, everybody's happy.
wow.
All right. Joe, do you have something?
Tonight is the annual meeting for the Concord Regional Solid Waste Cooperative, Resource Recovery Cooperative. And Dennis is attending in my place. The one item of business that will come up is the distribution of the, I believe this is the ash credit / tax refund. We have a refund coming back from the city of Concord. There was language written into the contract with the city that if it went above a certain valuation, we would receive a certain percentage back of that property taxes. I can't tell you exactly how much that is because that'll be part of the packet tonight. And Dennis will have that information. The other thing is the ash credit. The ash credit, there's one big vote about whether to take the money back as a lump sum or to take it as an application toward the billing from the incinerator, so that it would come off of our MSW payments when we get the bill from the, I forget the W1, Waste Management. And in lieu of direction from the board, because I knew that, actually, maybe I'll text Dennis, what is it, because the meeting's not till 6, what is the pleasure of the board with regard to the receiving of that money?
I think it has a bigger impact on us if we receive it all at once. But we probably should talk to our finance director.
He wants cash, right, in a check?
Yeah.
Dennis personally wants it taken off of the billing.
Right.
But I think it benefits us better
It does.
if it comes in a lump sum.
Yes, and last year,
It
his
doesn't-
vote, when he went, was to vote for getting a check that we would deposit as revenue, and he was the only vote out of the, 21 members?
Yeah.
They all wanted to take it as a credit.
It'll have a much better impact on our tax rate.
I think you'll find that this year, because of the withdrawal for Belmont and Concord, which hold a large number of the votes, that, and I've spoken with the two representatives, they want the check. They want a lump sum payment. So,
Our taxpayers will be far better off with a lump sum payment.
either way, we get the money back, but, anybody want to make a motion? I'm sorry if I usurped your authority here, but that way I can text Dennis and let him know how we want him to vote.
I make a motion, we receive the money in one lump sum.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes,
Away.
there you go. Well, I'll actually step over and talk to him because I don't want him to say, oh, I didn't get your text.
Probably
Does he get text?
Yeah, he probably
He doesn't get
is.
text.
He's got a cell phone, so I imagine.
No, he does not
I
do
don't.
text.
All he's got to do is open it and look.
He doesn't have text on his phone.
Mine doesn't.
still at the highway garage now.
He's still at the
Well, I'm going to
highway
call him in 2 seconds here. I'm going to finish my report because it's a shorty. The only other news that I have of any sort is not necessarily me as a selectman, but me as a man about town. The Fire Search Committee has completed their work and forwarded the findings of that work onto the fire commissioners. And the fire commissioners are now in the process of doing whatever it is the fire commissioners are going to do. I'm very optimistic about the future of the fire department, always have been, and I'm sure more details will come out as they're available from the fire commissioners. And that, and I would personally like to thank everybody who served on that committee. Everybody worked toward a best for the fire district, and everybody put in a lot of time with this. Joyce, Steve Bloom, Scott Davis, Kevin LaChapelle, and quite frankly, most especially Jim Clements, who was the chair of the committee, and without which we would still be messing with this. He's good. He's good, and it's public knowledge that Mr. Clemens is the next CEO of Spalding Youth Center.
Yep.
So
coming
I
back
think that's a
December 1st.
great thing for Spalding Youth Center. And that's my report. Dennis, if you're
Sweet,
watching,
wonderful.
pick up your phone.
Joyce,
Oh, it's Spalding Youth Center.
you ready?
Yep.
Well, she's walking over, I've got one thing I forgot to say, that, and it's been brought up in years past, it's been brought up frequently, but I think that the police chief and the public works director should be reporting to the Board of Selectmen once a month.
I back that up 150%.
Yes.
Whether we say the first week of the month, or,
Well, you know what? We have the finance department, I think that it should not only be the police and highway, but I would really like to see, at some point, some accounting from other departments that, even if it's once every 2 months, it would be fine. But when we don't get any updates at all from Sewer Commission, we don't get any updates from Water, I mean, they don't have to, but it would be nice if we asked them to do it.
Right.
And just to get an update every once in a while. And town administrator does it, we don't get anything from the town clerk, tax collector.
Right.
I'd like to see, that. Welfare the same way.
Did you say water?
Yeah, I did say water.
Well, you think they will?
Well, it
They
was
may.
quarterly.
Yeah, it was
Health,
quarterly, yeah.
Code and welfare was supposed to be quarterly.
You know, we should do that. I mean, we get theirs quarterly. We should get Heather's quarterly, and we need to, we, the selectmen, need to keep on top of that.
Yep.
And I think that, you know, we can pass the buck over to Catherine and say, Catherine, could you please keep us in check on that, please? But, yeah, I'll second that one, Catherine.
Okay, I think we should, well, when they all come back, I think we
Can we
should
send a letter out and ask the department heads to
tell the department
tell the department heads that we're requiring a
monthly,
monthly,
In person or written?
in person.
yep, in person, monthly, minimum of monthly. If there's something that comes up that needs to be addressed prior, you know, before the monthly, then they certainly can come in, but
You know what would be great is like when does Tim put out the expenditure report? We usually get that by what, the second week?
Right, the second week for the previous.
So if we coincided it with that, then we could be able to ask them about their budgets, how it's going, and
Yep.
why is this spent, why this isn't spent.
Right, it's an excellent idea.
Yeah.
So at least by the second week of the month, each,
Second week of the month?
right, because Tim prepares his expenditures the first week in the month, but by the second week, that way we can go over the budgets and expenditures of that department as well when they're here.
10 days. Doesn't he need 10 days for his reports?
Yep,
Doesn't he have a bank
he does.
statement?
I said 2 weeks, so that's 14 days.
Okay,
Yeah.
you said the first week, but the second week of the
Second
month.
week, Joyce.
Okay.
Okay, so this one came out October 17th. What's the date on this one? Oh, it's a whole bunch of stuff.
I have October, the last one is October. That's this one. And that is,
This one was October 4th.
this is 11/7.
This is September 9th.
The chief's coming
The
in.
October
This
was
is
run
August
11/7.
8th, so
Yeah.
he's getting these out within 10 days.
Right,
Well, this is July 25th, I don't know what happened in July.
he was on vacation.
That was what it was.
Okay,
So by the second selectmen's meeting.
all right, so that's from all of us, so. That's good.
Everybody agree?
That's, yep,
Yeah, I would definitely like to have a regular
on top of it.
update.
Right.
The chief used to do it semi-regularly, but that kind of fell by the wayside.
well, you know, we shouldn't have to go on a Facebook page to find out that there was 289 calls in the week of, you know, last week, and there was so many thefts, and this should be reported to us on a regular basis. And I think that
Like
that's what Catherine's referring to, and
Yep.
we really need that information. We've often talked in the hallways downstairs, and we said, geez, we gotta ask, we shouldn't really, if we had that information, we would have it right at the tip of our tongues here. Okay, Joyce, before the chief gets...
I do have one last question prior to Joyce
Yep.
starting in. We have this permission to sell beer and wine. Does that preclude them selling it in glasses?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
it does.
I know.
They can't.
I do know that.
It have to
No, it
go by
doesn't
state.
say that.
Yes.
Yes, it
Okay.
does.
They've done it every year.
I'm not against, I know they have, but it says, well, it says we can sell it, so, you know.
They gotta go by state rules and regulations.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah, that, we're just signing off saying we have no zoning or town ordinance that would prohibit what the state allows.
Actually, it's really good beer, if you like that sort of thing. And I do. Just in case anybody out there is curious,
You wanna buy them some for Christmas?
I'll be having some for Christmas, no doubt.
All right. What's next?
149. I gotta look it up. Go ahead, Joyce, you're on.
Give me a street name.
No, I don't. I just have an address.
Oh,
249 Main Street.
249 Main Street.
Yep, I'll get it.
What is it?
249 Main Street.
What's this for?
No, it's on this side.
National Historic Preservation Act Registry.
Is that like the
church?
karate building? Polly's?
The church? The church?
No, couldn't
I wouldn't
be.
be surprised if the church already was.
I'm looking it up.
I went out and checked the signposts. This is
Pretty close.
barber shop for men or the church. It's gotta be
Church.
right in that neighborhood.
It's gotta be the church.
249. Scissor cat.
And what is that paper, Catherine?
I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead, Joyce. We'll get it.
Okay, so while we're still on the topic of Christmas, we had some discussion about changing the Christmas party because of the tax bills, but after we talked about it with Pat, and I think, did we talk to you about it?
Just
We just,
briefly.
yeah, we
I
decided,
was at
no,
the,
we're going to keep it on the 20th.
How's that going to work with the tax collector's office?
Well, we cannot accommodate everyone, and if there's an employee that's still working, they come whenever they can. If it downstairs, if need be, we can either have the cameras, or one person stays downstairs and one person comes up, or
That's the church.
I can go downstairs and see if there's anybody
If indeed
coming in and
that's
then
the
come get one or the other. And then one of them has the afternoon off, and then come next week, the one that doesn't have the afternoon off, take the afternoon off on one of those days, so that they have the equity there, but
Well, they could
can't
come up in
accommodate
shifts, too.
when they can come up in shifts, exactly. They're right here, and, I mean, it's not the ideal situation, but if we try to accommodate so that everybody can come, it will be here till next Christmas and then after.
And we still won't be
And we still
accommodating.
won't accommodate everybody.
So what time are we planning for this to begin?
1 o'clock, which they usually close their office between 1 and 2 if one or the other are gone.
Right.
So
Are
they can
we,
do a 1 to 2 lunch.
are we closing
Yes.
after the event?
Yes.
So we're going to close town hall early on the day that taxes are due?
Yes.
I don't know if we legally can.
It's not we're not closing, the tax collector's not closing,
Oh,
we're
okay.
closing.
Okay, okay,
That's the whole point, they're staying open.
okay.
Which day?
The 20th.
It's not the church, it's next way here.
Oh, Tilton Inn?
No.
249? That's addressed to the Community
the
Action
building,
Program.
That's the gray one.
It's the gray one next door,
That's the
next to
one,
Onions.
Why is it
think
addressed
it's
to the
one past
Community
that.
Action Program guy?
isn't it? It's the one next to
We
the
get
street.
copied on.
See, that's
this
Mishkan's
is
building right there,
Right.
right?
Cultural and
So
historic
it's not
resources
the-
from the state.
It's on the corner of Mechanic Street.
Thank you.
But would the town get, why
Side.
would the Community Action
There's the
Program
inn,
guy get a copy of
one I've
a
been dealing with.
historical document for the
Because they must be
building?
making an application to make some changes to the building, and because it's a historic building, they
The
have to.
Community Action Program is involved?
That I don't know.
That's who it's addressed to originally,
Right. That's what I was questioning.
except for that's the apartment building.
They must
two
have gone
buildings
through
over,
them
3 buildings over.
they must have gone to community action for some help to upgrade the building, like Joyce said. And now, because it's over 50 years old, they have to, this is one
Oh,
step.
yeah, because they have the Mr. Fix-It program, and they have
Sure.
winterization program.
Okay, then that
and they
makes
have
sense now.
Fuel assistance, and, yep.
Why, what
Chris is
benefit
right.
is it to them to be a historic building? Is that a tax break for
Because they're
them?
making renovations, they have to assert whether or not there's any burial grounds, so they can,
They have to, because the building is, was it 50 years? I haven't read
Over
this.
50, it
I
says.
haven't read this whole thing. Because it's a certain age or older, they have to let them know that they're going to be altering the building. In case
Right.
it's a building that should be on the registry,
Does
or,
that mean that your house, you have to do that? Or my house, or any building 50 years or older?
I don't know, the National Historic Preservation Act is referred to, and I've not read it.
They have to
Seems odd.
recognize.
It just seems like
recognize
there's something
it's-
odd about this.
Yeah, it's the federal
they
government.
have to go to them
It's the federal government,
if
come
they
on.
dig and they can't dig if it's a building older than 75 or 100 years. They can't dig.
Again, that applies to half the buildings in this town.
Here's a good recent example.
We had to do the same thing with the senior center.
When at 5 o'clock, when the trails people come, because federal money is being used and state money on the trail, one of the requirements when we had to do, it's called a Section 106, we have to pay someone to do a report that they have to survey every house that's along the area that's being disturbed to see if it meets the criteria as being a house or a structure that it has historic value that needs to be preserved. And if so, then you have to take certain precautions for whatever it is you're doing
Right.
to not hurt it.
Well, I can understand that part. It's just I'm a little iffy about the 50-year-old thing because lots of buildings.
Here's the two sentences that answers your question and mine. Based upon the information provided, it has been determined that no ground disturbing activities
I saw
will
that.
occur. Therefore, no archaeological studies are required at this time.
I'm just curious
That's the
about if that
question.
applies to any building in this town,
Yeah.
because that could be a thing for lots of
It's New
people.
England, we're colonial New England.
Right.
I want to put in a new septic tank, and that means I have to dig a hole. Now, do I have to deal with the Heritage Commission or whatever?
Because you can replace an existing septic system.
Right.
But what if
It's
I
not
wanna put
existing. I
What if
wanna
I
put
want
in a
to
new
put an
one.
addition on my home?
So what do
My
we have
house
to
is over
deem it?
200 years old, and I want to put
We
an
have to
addition
deem
on
it
it. Do I have to get a hold of them and
Like
say,
it
hey,
would
can I
have to
put an
be
addition
deemed
on my house?
historical before
I
they...
don't think
Do
so.
you remember
It
John
seems like
Bernard
it
had
could
to
be a
do
thing.
something with the land next to them because they were doing the dredge and fill? He also had to go to the
Right.
preservation when he did the dredge and fill because it was part of it.
Right.
Whether or not the land, if there was any burial or any of that kind of thing going on, they had to check. In our building, when we did the renovations, that was part of the thing that we had to, something we had to do, but then they maintained that we didn't have to do it.
Well, it says on any properties or districts that are listed in or may be eligible for the National Register.
May be
Or on
eligible.
properties of known or potential architectural, historical, archaeological, or cultural significance.
So yours would be.
They already,
My house was old in 1855. I have,
old.
it was the first house in that area, or the oldest house in that area. Catherine's house, it's got to be, how old is your house, Catherine?
Oh,
Semi-old?
yeah, it's very old. It's it's
we won't
late
know.
1700s.
Well, there you go. It's older than my house, probably.
my old house was late 1700s.
Heaven forbid Catherine wants to do something, and now you have to
I'm not
dance
telling
around
her.
with the federal government, and I hate it when that happens.
800.5
But she's coming home for now,
I didn't know.
Steve.
pursuant to CFR or name purpose. Wow.
Okay,
All right,
All right,
On with
and
the show.
then the other thing is we're going to decorate, and each department can more or less be responsible for what they want for their decorations,
their area.
their
Right.
area.
Right.
But we will go, Catherine and I will go and buy things for the public areas. Okay? And then the other thing we're going to do, we've done this a couple years ago, that we'll ask people if they want to, it's not a requirement, but some people they make a special dish. Like I'm thinking of your cookies, I'm thinking of Joe's bread, and I make this little lemon cream cheese dip, and Catherine does her punch, that whoever wants to.
Right.
That they can bring.
what do we think about you? What
I'll spike
What are you
the punch.
making?
I'm going to do my cream cheese lemon dip.
Okay.
Either that or something in a crock pot.
Yeah, those are nice.
And we'll
Got
fill
the
out the
rest
rest of it with,
push it
we'll go
in,
to
run
local
it,
Right.
ends in a couple of
restaurants, and we're
minutes, and
gonna
it's done.
Spread it around.
Okay.
So we got that settled. Boy, that was the hardest thing. I'll be very brief because I really haven't done too much this week. But I'll tell you what I'm working on.
It's a heck of
I
a
can't say
deal.
that I've accomplished anything. The snow storage, I spoke to the commandant today, and while I was there, I pointed you out to her. I said, she was eating, I said, do you want, I can go introduce you now to Catherine, and she said, no, that's okay, she'd catch you on the way out, so I don't know
She
if
heard about you, so she said she'd catch you on the way out. No, I'm just...
She
The
must
woman
have
in
been
the
afraid.
Macintosh. Is that what you call them, the black and white check things? What do you call those? They have a name.
Oh, it's,
Houndstooth.
No, this is the black and red.
My
Check.
black and red checked,
Parton?
no, my father had a name for him.
Anyway.
That's close, but I can't remember what it is.
She said, yes, she has the material, she's reviewed it, and she's shipping it off to the Attorney General. So,
Going official here.
the stipend memo to everyone has gone out, and I believe in your to be signed, we have
Right.
one from the
Yes, the zoning.
zoning, okay. So I gave the deadline of either Monday, December 4th, if they want it on the, I'm sorry, Monday the 2nd if they want it on the 4th, or the following Monday for the following Wednesday.
Mackinac.
Mackinac. I said Macintosh.
I know.
Apples.
Close. Good.
Computers.
Your little wheels were spinning there. So that's gone out and asking for the attendance. Christmas party we did. At our staff meeting, in terms of policies, once again, we emphasized that the requirement for certificate of insurance. I also gave them what I had gotten from the Department of Labor, and through our property liability and workers' comp. It's a question, like if you ever have a question, if it's an independent contractor or a corporation or an individual, that you can fill that out, and that we need a W-9. And the other thing is to make sure that any mail, any documents that come into the selectman's office, whether it's through the fax machine, or someone hand delivers something, or they put it in the mailbox out front, or it's delivered by the post office, or somebody walks in, if it's pertaining to anything that is the selectman's office, it has to go to Catherine Wisner. She date stamps it. We acknowledge that we received it, and then she's the one that disperses the mail, so I just had to do a little reminder there. For the non-union, I gave the health insurance open enrollment and the new rate information, and I have to follow up with them to give them the summary of benefits, and then, which I have to give anyone that's eligible for employment, I have to give them that, and just touch base with them briefly to see if they have any questions and want to change plans. I also have to send it out to the retirees and the police department. I'll promise I'll get it done tomorrow. Promise, I'll be down. And you already told about that one.
Yep.
Budget update with Tim. I've been trying to get 2 estimates on the senior center roof, and the 2 people I talked to, they were asking me all kinds of questions. I said, well, I'll have you talk with Pat, but I did go back to the original estimate that we had from the contractor that did the initial renovations there, and what he had quoted on was a standing seam metal roof for, to replace the existing metal roof, and so that will be what I'll tell them.
When that happens, that metal's worth money. Don't give it away.
Okay.
There's just so many types of metal roofs, and this is just to get an estimate for budget
Right.
purposes.
I think Mike was saying that you shouldn't go with the same one.
They all have seams.
Yeah, but one's capped.
Yeah. Well, they
Versus
still all come with the
overlap.
warranties and
Right.
everything.
But just, because
How
right
old is
now,
this
we're
roof?
still,
40 years old, the one that's existing up there now?
That's standard.
It was way
The town
before.
of Tilton didn't put it on, so it's been there for, that's a standing seam, yeah.
Yeah.
okay, and
Standing seam.
Standard, right? Standing?
Well, standing seam, when snow hits it, it builds up, it doesn't build up on it, but that's the one that'll send it down on you faster than the others.
Boy, they can put,
okay, and then just quickly, I've got all these letters in various stages of
Yeah.
completion on my laptop.
They work real good, eh?
Mr. Sellers, the Commissioner of Transportation for the DOT State Roads, the Silver Lake Road Safety Audit, the poll petition public hearing. I'm running out of time here. Can you give me a date that I can have I need at least 14 days to notice it. So if we go out 14 days, this is for the 3 telephone poles on Perkins Road.
Oh,
because I want to get that done.
Yeah.
Just haven't done. So if I...
14 days?
Yeah, so today is the 21st.
So
So if I get it in the paper the 22nd, get it published.
19th.
Let's say it gets published on the 25th. 15th. December 12th
Or yep.
or 19th, 12th or 19th.
Either one.
I don't think we've got you booked through December 5th already.
Right.
Okay. All right, so I'll go ahead and do that. And then the scope of work for the 16 Prospect Street and the letter to the family of Ray Burton.
Are we still shooting for an auction in December?
Yes,
Okay.
we can still do it. The cleaning up isn't going to take that long. Last week I reported I had spoken with Greg Peverly, and he's supposed to be getting us a contract. I can give to the board, and then have him come in and you can go over it, so he
Okay.
can start advertising.
Sooner rather than later.
Yes, and then two other things. One of our tax deeded properties, their payment arrangement has been satisfied, but it was satisfied after the December tax bill went out.
okay.
So what I'm proposing to do, I thought I would have it ready for the board to sign tonight, but I didn't, is that we go ahead and deed it back to him, and we send out a supplemental tax bill. And I checked with Lauren,
'Cause it's in
and she
our
said
name
that's the
right
way
now,
to do it.
Bill.
And
Okay.
then we'll have another one in January that's in the same situation, as long as we do the supplemental tax bill prior to March 31st.
Okay.
Is everybody in favor of that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, we could just require them to pay.
Right.
Well, then we'd have to
We'd have to it's cleaner.
renegotiate.
Yeah,
Right.
you want it back, you get some more money you owe us.
Yeah, but that wasn't the initial agreement, so
all right.
it would be kind of like, okay,
Yeah, another
you did
tax
what you
bill's
did, now
coming.
here it is, here's another one. It's like,
He owes what
okay.
he owes.
Just a reminder that next Monday is for Kim.
Kim, yes.
Kim Collette.
Okay.
Yep.
And the other thing I was going to ask, I don't know if you had a chance to read it last week in the FYI, DRA is redoing their 600 rules, making some more requirements when we get assessing contracts, municipalities. And all of the assessors are up in arms because the rules that they're putting in place, proposing, will require the companies to charge the towns more money because they're making demands for more services. And one of the way that DRA is getting around this is they're going into towns that do have full-time assessing staff and clerks, teaching them how to enter data. They're
They don't
not
have to.
certified assessors because
Right.
the Assessing Standards Board, the legislature set rules on the minimum requirements that anybody doing assessing work has to do. So that's one of the things that's costing money. And the other thing is that right now you have the ability to waive having a bond or not when we do the assessing, because that adds a cost. The reason we've waived our bond when you sign the contract is because we're doing the annual data verification every year. So it's not like you're signing a contract all at once for $200,000 where they have to perform work in a very short period of time, and there's nothing to prevent them from
Walking.
walking or defending the values. So that's getting rid of that option, and also it's up to DRA. What they're proposing is it's DRA that will wait and sign off on it. And what business does DRA have? This is a contract between the town and the company that they use. And it's, even for the towns that do choose to do a bond, the sooner that the company can get the job done and turn it over to the town accepts the job, I mean, they have an incentive to do it, because then they have their
If
bond
they want to
release.
sign off on it, then let them pay for it.
Right.
But where's the local government stand on this? They're the ones that usually defend these things for the municipalities who are members.
Well, it's the Assessors Association that is one of the affiliates of the New Hampshire, not just local government, the New Hampshire Municipal Association. They wrote, they gave written responses, detailed responses with each rule, and then they showed up at the public hearing. And Lauren's concerned, because the Avatar is one of the biggest, the cities in Avatar, because Avatar has most of the smaller communities, are really upset about this because they don't want to have to pass these costs on to their clients.
We don't want them
But
to.
still, the local government center themselves should open their mouths.
Seemed like they'd have an opinion about it anyway.
I don't know if they do or not.
They have an opinion on giving our money back to us, don't they?
We should contact them.
Well, what I'm saying is that so they had their public hearing, and Lauren was concerned because there weren't that many people that attended the public hearing. So if we could just send a letter to DRA saying we've reviewed the letter from our assessor and we support their concerns. This was in the FYI. I scanned it to the board, and then it was in the FYI.
Right.
On November 14th.
I think we should tell that Department of the State of New Hampshire to stop passing down unfunded mandates.
Right. I agree.
So if I
got
send a
enough of
letter
them.
on behalf of the Board of Selectmen, we've reviewed the correspondence from our assessor, we agree with their analysis, and it's the Board of Selectmen's position that they're not to pass unfunded mandates on to
They
municipalities.
can
I
kiss
think we
my
need to sock them on the nose, but we need to get other communities to do it as well.
Right.
They
Every
have
community
been.
in the
I've got
state.
some other letters. Oh, yeah.
Just saying.
Tell them in person if they want to come up.
But I didn't want to send anything with your name without your permission to do that. And the response period, I think, goes until the 27th of this month.
That would be excellent if you could draft a letter for
I
us.
say do it.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
Wrapped it up.
Let them know.
That it?
We're not happy.
There'll be more, but that's all right.
All right, come back after. All right.
One thing I was going to ask, if I could just slip out for half an hour, I've got to run something over to the school.
Are you gonna stay for the,
5:30 to 6.
are you staying here for the non-pub?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, also for the trail people. As soon as the trail people done, just to
Oh, yeah, that's no
Okay.
problem. That's no problem at all. Because we'll be doing budget by then.
Yeah.
I just have to run something over to the school.
Okay. All right, at this time, I'd like to make a motion for non-public, as per RSA 91A:3. Personnel.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Roll call vote, I guess.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Chief, I didn't see you sneak in. You are a sneaky guy. That sneak in a good way, though. And we're back.
Make a motion to seal the minutes of the non-public as they pertain to personnel permanently.
Second.
Yes.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Yes.
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 Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to hire Richard Ort as a full-time police officer for the town of Tilton.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded to hire Richard Ort. Shall we include the rate of $22.96? Step 3.
Okay.
Effective.
Step 3,
Step 3, $22.96.
that's correct, and that's effective
Effective.
December 5th,
9th.
9th?
9th.
Start date of
If you'd be so kind,
We're
Catherine.
in public.
We're okay. So a motion has been made and seconded. Is there any more discussion?
No.
We don't have any steps. Why don't you say it out loud, we don't have any steps. There is no such thing as steps.
Right.
Okay, well, at the rate of $22.96 per hour, whatever that,
Let's correct it, make sure. it's
okay,
right.
all right.
There is no steps.
Right. From the old contract.
You're trying to set us up on that. Chief.
I can't believe you do that to me.
All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Right?
Opposed?
No, and Catherine, would you please make sure the minutes show that I voted no? I would like to see the information on this officer that was just hired. So I know who we're hiring. Or who they hired.
Okay, I would, we're changing that date, right?
Oh, yeah, December 5th.
All right, I would like to
You have
make
that
a
back?
motion to promote Lieutenant Ryan Martin
Oh,
to
Don't you have to create
That was
the
quick.
position before you...
Captain.
We have to create the position before you promote.
We have a position already.
We do?
Yeah.
No, we have a job description, but we eliminated that position when we made 2 lieutenants. That was
didn't
part of
eliminate-
that discussion.
Did we eliminate the
Still open,
position
we
or
just didn't fill it. We just didn't fill it.
Go ahead. Okay.
All right. So my motion is to promote Lieutenant Ryan Martin to rank of captain. The police officer rate is
That's
36.
not happening.
What? Did I say something?
No.
No, no.
Al's over here picking on me.
Continue.
$36.37 effective December 2nd. That's the Monday, correct?
right. And then we could do the swearing on that Thursday if you want.
And 2013.
Second.
Should we call the lieutenant?
Yes,
I think we probably ought to vote first.
yes,
That's what you
let's
gave me.
have a
Well,
vote.
this is part of the discussion. If
Yes.
the issue is moot, if the vote is no.
Are we okay with the date? Effective date? Oh,
Beginning of the pay period seems logical.
36, 37.
27.
27, that's... I amend the motion to say that, to amend the rate at $36.27.
And then I'll amend my second.
Okay, so that, let me read the motion. The motion is to promote Lieutenant Ryan Martin to the rank of captain at the rate of $36.27, effective date December 2nd, 2014. 13, I'm sorry. And it's been seconded by Sandy. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, and we're positive that that position still remains on the books.
I'm not aware of any motion by the board to eliminate the position.
Right.
It hasn't been eliminated now, personnel.
Yeah.
And we had the discussion to create the 2 lieutenants. I was not in favor of it. I wanted to retain the position of captain. There was a lengthy discussion, and during that discussion, I was told more than once that we would be eliminating that position. So we may not have made a motion, but it was certainly said that we were eliminating the position. That's what was told to me during that discussion.
Just
So-
know if we had 2 lieutenants, we wouldn't fill the captain spot, but it's still in my policies and procedures. It's just,
Right, so, all right, for housekeeping purposes, I'll rescind my motion.
I'll rescind my second.
I'll make a motion to create the position of captain in rank of captain in the Tilton Police Department.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I will
Opposed?
oppose. Opposed? Anyone? Okay, I knew we all said
Just wanted to
yes.
make sure.
Are you trying to screw me up? I knew we all said yes.
Okay.
That should
Okay.
always be asked.
I didn't hear
Now, make the motion to promote Lieutenant Ryan Martin to the rank of captain at the rate of $36.27, effective December 2nd, 2013.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Now it's
Now should we call Captain Martin?
Call him up.
Call him up now?
Yeah,
No, I think Pat is.
Oh, you were.
she's already ahead of you, Chief.
What are we going to say?
Say,
Screen?
guess what we did?
Jesus, Bobby's not even a New Englander.
I did have all Orson.
I was gonna say Yankee.
Yes, is this Officer Martin?
Yeah.
You're on,
sure?
you're on speakerphone at the Selectmen's office, and you're on camera, so hide any profanities. No, I'm just kidding. We just wanted to call and let you know that the Selectmen and the Chief, after a very long discussion, has promoted you from lieutenant to captain.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And it was unanimous.
Thank you.
And it was unanimous.
Nice. I was hoping to make Rear Admiral, but
Well, you got the rear right,
Rear Captain?
rear admiral. You got the rear right, but, Ryan, that's effective December 2nd, so we'll have the
The 5th.
The
we'll-
5th
we'll
at the board will pin
pin the badge.
the badge
And the badge on the donkey.
on the rear. All right?
all right.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good night, Ryan.
Congratulations, Ryan.
Good night, Captain.
Good night, Captain.
Good night, Captain.
All right, good night.
Bye.
Good night.
My God, wasn't there a show on TV where everybody said goodnight to each other?
The Waltons.
The Walton.
Good night, John Boy,
Oh, yeah.
Mary Ellen,
Okay,
Catherine.
I have one more motion. What's it?
Sergeant 2.
I would like to make another motion, make a motion that we create a rank of Sergeant 2 in the Tilton Police Department,
Operations Commander.
which would ultimately be an operations commander.
Second.
A motion has been made and second. Is there any discussion on that?
And we're just making the
We're
position.
making the
We
position.
haven't put anybody in
They're
it.
not putting anybody in it
All
yet.
right.
We're making the position, and we will get a job description together. We'll work on it and
Go from there.
go from there.
But I'm not sitting beside her. She'd be punching me all the time.
Okay?
At least we stopped throwing
Are
concrete.
you okay with the budget as presented to us tonight with the adjustments that we made
I did. I went over it with Tim and we're on board together.
with overtime, with the janitorial, not janitorial, the,
It's amazing all this stuff is
Okay.
already done.
okay, so,
Just needs signatures.
50.
Be prepared, it's like the Boy Scouts.
You gotta vote.
It says they live there.
We have to vote. We didn't vote on that position.
all those in favor of my motion of Sergeant 2?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Chief, the new officer, budget-wise, where are you taking that? You have
I'll have
the,
to go in another line.
what about his winter, spring? Do you have enough money in the budget for, or is that coming out of you? You're gonna reuse somebody else's?
Had that look on your face.
Spring.
I may be able to reuse some stuff, you know. Like, I think I got Dick and Jack at the, but, I mean, I'll get together with Tim. I'll probably have to move a little bit of money into that clothing line to cover the loss.
Okay.
I'd have to see exactly.
Probably should, huh?
I don't know if that would affect my motion. Guess it would depend, but this is a probationary period. There is a probationary period in our police.
Suspended.
Huh?
He was suspended
I
for
understand
something.
that. I understand that. He might have had a problem with the chief.
I'd like to,
We're done with this one.
Just pile them up.
We've all
Catherine?
signed this, and what's left is...
And if we had that piece of paper, how come we didn't look at it and discuss it prior to,
I asked.
and
I didn't know
apparently it wasn't available until right now.
You want something?
I have a question about the police budget.
wait, hold on 1 second, we're talking about the budget, he's got a,
No, it's just, one thing I brought up is new uniforms at 9, just because we take vests out of there, not everyone's, but usually 1 or 2 a year, I didn't know if it'd be possible to raise that 1,000. Is that, or am I too late?
we're going over the numbers in a half hour, so that's what I'm saying, asking you if we should do that now.
The other lines are fine, that was the only line.
Okay. Joe,
Yeah.
what did you have on the budget that we're going over now?
Legal expense, line item 910, it's 3 up from the bottom of the first page.
Yep.
Last year, we budgeted $10,000. We spent $88, which isn't even a phone call in lawyer time. And this year, we're asking for another $10,000.
Contract negotiations.
You haven't seen the bills yet.
Right,
Okay,
yeah.
and that kind of answers my question.
Can we just do one more housekeeping motion?
You're the chairman.
Inadvertently, I made a motion in non-public, and I should not have done that in non-public. We need to do it in public. And at this time, I'll redo the motion with regret. I will make a motion to accept Lieutenant Richard Paulus's retirement resignation from the Tilton Police Department,
Effective,
December 31st, 2013.
Second.
Also make it in public that we're looking at the first Saturday in February for retirement.
Yeah, in a second, because now I got to do
I
the
take it
other
it's not a surprise.
one. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Me, I oppose.
Okay.
I don't want to take his resignation.
I would also like to make a motion to hire Richard Paulus as a part-time officer effective January 1st, 2014, at the rate of $19 and...
Do you have the PAR?
96 cents, I think.
No,
90?
no, it's not 96 cents.
Dicky's
62?
Can I have it?
No, it's not.
2 days suspension.
Joyce, can I have the PAR form? Who has,
Oh, where's your 90th incident that occurred?
Okay, thank you.
it's 54 or 56, I think.
Yeah, 19, I thought it was
Vote against
56.
him?
1954.
I'm out of
So
uniform.
it's
We got it.
$19.54.
Joyce?
Was I on board?
No, that was he was.
Forgot I had all that.
All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Where's the gavel?
I don't know.
Okay, so in conjunction with Lieutenant Paulus's retirement, we're looking at the first Saturday in February for a retirement party roast.
Roast. Big roast.
Okay. All right.
With several roasters.
Oh, we're gonna roast them?
Yeah.
Oh, outstanding. Sign
Absolutely.
me up.
I can't wait for Sheriff Hilliard's roast. He's got something up his sleeve, I know that.
That would be the 1st of February, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Chief?
Yeah, I want every story.
That's the 1st of February?
Yeah.
That's the first Saturday. That is the first Saturday.
Yes.
Did we do the part-time?
I just did it just now.
Okay.
Almost.
All right.
Chief, are you going over there?
Yes.
Catherine, are we all set with the housekeeping? And we made the motion and everybody was in favor of the part-time?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Big changes.
Kim might put a lot of what's already been signed over there on the table if you wanted to take it.
So Tim, you're going to work on the budget while we listen to the Winnipesaukee, and then you're going to come back up and we'll work on budget. We've already done our selectmen stuff, so it's just you.
I just wanted to break at like 5:25, I'm gonna slide out and be right back and sit.
Okay.
Is it going to be longer than that? 5:25? Are they going to be longer than that?
Well, no, that's what he said. If you see me go flying out, don't
Right.
take it from me.
All right, next on the agenda is the Winnipesaukee River Trail Association, so thank you for the wait. I appreciate hanging out there for a few minutes while we have an unexpected retirement. I know. That's real serious. Yep.
Thank you.
Well, no, he's going to come back part-time with us in the spring, but he's done full-time.
That's Tim's, actually. So, yeah.
All right.
Time, he said. Sad.
It is, yeah.
It's like a new era. New chapter.
They're not supposed to be.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, so, all right. You're on, Rick.
Okay, so as you folks know, we're trying to get approval for a work
Right.
for the next section of the trail. And the most recent chapter in that was that the engineers came up with two different possible routes. From the Department of Transportation Rails Bureau, before we could go any further with submitting plans for actual construction readiness. So there was a walkthrough 2 weeks ago that included Brian Lombard from the Rails Bureau from the New Hampshire State Department of Transportation. I was there, Glenn was there from the town of Northfield, the engineers from Quantum, Lisa and Jim, Tom Jameson from Department of Transportation, and Brian Lombard from Trails, and Eliza Condi from the Winnipesaukee Committee. When Brian Lombard arrived, he pretty much told us right up front that he had reviewed the materials and that based on the standing rules for railroad, they had to insist that we be on the south side of the tracks along Knapp Road. And that our proposal to continue to use the crossing that was put in during Phase 2 behind Mayors would not be approved of, and that we would have to cross the railroad tracks at Knapp Road. So we would be coming in from the east, near McDonald's and Super 8, on the part we built a few years ago, and where it ends right now by Mayors, that crossing would come out completely, including the access trail. The new trail would continue straight down that same south side of the tracks, paralleling the tracks, running as far as Knapp Road, and then would cross immediately upon reaching Knapp Road to the north side of the tracks. And then there's plenty of room along the right-of-way of the tracks on the north side to connect into the Ernie's property and the other part of the trail route, as has been suggested. When Brian walked through with us, the engineers had prepared for it and had given us drawings. I think you've all seen them. If you want to take another look, I did bring both a small and a large print of that with me.
I definitely want to see this.
So that's turned to the page where this piece of trail would actually go, based on what the engineers had drawn and what Brian was pretty much insisting was what he would want. The way the engineers drew it out, they actually used some of that water-soluble paint to mark it, so it was very easy to see on the ground. And they had prepared for both looking at the north side of the tracks and the south side. Since Brian didn't even give us the option of looking at north, we were not able to do that. On the south side, the trail would be a straight piece, no obstacles, And if you measure out the required 15 feet from the center line of the tracks, then have the minimum 8-foot trail width, it does not impinge upon the road, and it's all within the railroad right-of-way. So there's no requirement to get any type of easements for permanent easements from the abutters. Depending on how the construction is done, there's one very small section where it parallels Knapp Road, and I can show you that on the plan, where it comes within a couple of feet of the existing Knapp Road, but is still all on the railroad right-of-way. So the question there would be, can we get the contractor to work very carefully and stay off of Knapp Road? Or would we need a construction easement that says we go on Knapp Road? Thinking ahead, we're going to try to work with a contractor to make them approach it all from the railroad right-of-way, since it is such a short section. It's only about a quarter of a mile long. Because the Knapp Road is a private road, it does give us some other things about access. So we would have to coordinate it, so we were building the piece from the Ernie's property on the north side, cross within the railroad right-of-way on Knapp Road, so that we're not crossing the private part. If we're in the railroad right-of-way, we're all on Knapp Road, and there's enough room there on either side to do that. And then come right down again the railroad right-of-way on the south side of the tracks, headed east. So that's what the proposal is at this point. We know from past discussions with the neighbors that they are likely to have concerns about this.
Right.
So what we're looking to do with you folks tonight was let you know that we tried very, very hard to get approval from Railroad Bureau, and they're saying no, that they're saying to us, we need to go back and work with the neighbors and let the neighbors know that we're going to be within the railroad right-of-way, but that we want to be appropriate and understanding their concerns, and try to find a way that they'll be okay with this. So that's kind of where we're at.
But there is one other political part to this, which is that Senator Forrester came up last month and walked that section and explained to her what some of the challenges we were facing with Knapp Road and being on the right side, and what the Bureau was saying, and the crossings, as well as the whole fence issue and crossing Route 3. She has spoken. She's spoken with the commissioner and is arranging for the commissioner to come up and take a look. Obviously, she's been tied up with the special session that ended today, so there was some talk about either Tuesday or Wednesday next week, but it's not finalized, but certainly wants to come before the snow flies. So we're pursuing that piece as well.
This is
Let
just
us
a bigger,
know. Some of us can
bigger
stand
picture of this, I
silently
think.
and just be there to support and let her know the town is supporting.
I will, yeah.
Yeah, when she, where does it go across the river? Or is it?
In
Haven't gotten
the
there yet.
proposed spot.
Did they figure out where it was going to come off
No,
from
they
yet?
still have to look at that, and the engineering plans are ready to submit.
Is it contingent upon where this
No.
was going to be coming across?
No. They were two separate issues.
So this will either be right behind the old site of Ernie's or on the end of Peninsula Park. And I know that's not the right name, but I can never remember it.
The bridge?
It would
Yeah.
be off the conservation land that
All conservation
recently
land.
purchased, near the old mill site on the Tilton
Peninsula
side,
Park.
going to the site of the old dam abutment on the Northfield side. That's our preferred route.
This would in no way interfere with the standing structures on that piece of property, would it?
No.
How many abutters are we talking about on that route? That piece right
On the
there.
piece where it's next to Knapp
Right
Road?
th- Right, Knapp Road, yeah.
3.
3?
3 that are south of the tracks.
Right.
That it actually affects.
Right.
And you've already spoken with them, and they're You haven't spoken to him yet?
Well,
Some of them came to the hearing.
public hearing we had
Summer.
up at the,
Right.
well, several years ago, to the first public hearing that we held when it was up at the industrial park,
Okay.
and had some strenuous objections at that meeting.
Are you planning another public hearing?
They had another
We had
one.
one this
Did have
summer.
one.
And
They
a
were
couple
there.
of them came that night as well.
And still strong objections?
Yes, they saw both plans, so they know everything that you
Same
know.
plan as what we're seeing now?
Yeah. And the ones that were there did speak with the engineers, and they did reiterate that they would prefer that it stay on the north side.
Yeah, if I can try to characterize it a little bit, I think things have changed a bit since the first objection several years ago. We know that at least one of them that lives there, because we see her with her children walking on the trail. So that makes a difference if you use the trail yourself.
Yes, it does.
So that's important to make note of. The other piece is we were very accommodating last time around when they asked for a fence separating the trail from that
Right.
individual's property. We did put up fence where they asked for it.
Yeah.
So as we go and we speak with them, we'll look at what can we try to do that will be accommodating to deal with their concerns that they don't want people walking off the trail onto Knapp Road and onto their property. So that's a consideration that we know we need to deal with.
I think that they know from the public hearing, too, that our preferred route was the route that they had hoped to see on the, that it would not be on the south side. So, I mean, in some ways, they didn't object as strongly, knowing that that was certainly our preference as well. But, we have to do what DOT.
Well, are you encroaching onto their property or no? You're not. What kind of a buffer is there?
Unfortunately, and you can see it pretty clearly on this,
Is it something that's actually going to stop?
the requirement is that the trail cannot be closer to the tracks than 15 feet from the center line. So these are the tracks,
Yeah.
and if you measure 15 feet from the center line, it puts you there.
Okay.
Then you have an 8-foot wide trail, and then this dotted line is the edge of the railroad right-of-way.
So you're pretty close to the edge.
So you are, right here, in this section, you're very close to the edge of the railroad right-of-way. So their property starts right on the other side of that dotted line.
So
You're
But
within
we-
the
we
railroad.
are-
these are the
right-of-way.
people that you would...
We are all within our railroad right-of-way. And the Rail Bureau has no problem at all, and pointed out to us that the neighbors can be concerned, but that there's really nothing they could say from the railroad point of view that would stop it.
So it can go on. You can do it.
No,
You just want to do that
Power
to
maintain
satisfy their
that.
minds.
right.
No, it's a private
I
road.
think that's the best
Private
way.
road.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah. The other thing that I can point out here that we looked at on site and we were concerned about is we know that this is Knapp Road right here. And that in the winter, they plow the snow off of it. So we were concerned that if they requested a fence here, right on the boundary line of the railroad right-of-way, that we work with them to figure out what kind of fence that can be, so that when they plow Knapp Road, the snow doesn't knock the fence over.
Right.
So if they were to ask, for example, for a solid stockade fence, we would strongly try to encourage something different.
Right.
Right.
Because the snow pressure would tend to knock that over pretty quick.
Sure.
We all know how that works. So we would be encouraging them.
What was their answer? Did they answer
Well,
you?
we never had that discussion yet.
Okay.
Right.
But we're thinking that will be a discussion if they bring up that they wanted that type of fence.
So where do you go from here with these plans? Do you just go ahead and do it, or do you meet with them again? And
We think the appropriate thing to do is meet with the neighbors
Right.
and talk with them. That they would get notified eventually, but at this point, where we're still having discussion, we're still planning, it would make much more sense to talk with them and talk about these fence issues and things of that sort, so that we can build those into the final cost. Concurrent with that, we're ready to submit things to the Department of Transportation, and we can give them the go-ahead to do that tomorrow if we want to.
And this piece here, does this go down into back of Ernie's, or do you still have to come up?
This is the piece that goes up towards Ernie's,
Okay,
and that's going to get removed. The crossing right now is right here, and that crossing would come out, this right here.
and so how are you going to get from this point here to Ernie's?
I'm sorry. It's been a long day, guys. This goes up to Mayor's, I'm sorry.
Okay,
This piece that goes straight across here, we're on the south side of the
It's
tracks.
gonna continue down
It just
like this.
continues, the other trail's right here. So it just straight goes there.
they're going to allow you to
Ernie's is
continue
down.
this piece here.
Yeah, Ernie's is down this way. And that's on the next page. So it crosses at Knapp Road. It's actually the bridge. There it is. So we're right here,
Yeah.
and then it's going to come across Knapp Road this way. So it's on this side,
Okay.
it's going to cross over and go down this side.
So if that's a private road, how can
And this is Ernie's down here.
to cross it?
The width of
Crossing
the
is
road,
public.
no. The width of the road within the railroad right-of-way is public. So we have to stay within the width of the railroad right-of-way.
Okay, then
But the width of the railroad right-of-way extends from the tracks out 36 feet on the north side and about 25 feet on the south side. So there's lots of room because it goes the whole width of the railroad track along that whole stretch.
they would have to have a maintenance
So-
agreement.
And I'm still correct page here where it's actually drawn out.
So if you're getting negative feedback towards the whole thing.
Yeah, the plan would be to move forward with it.
Can't cut the trail, you can't cut the trail.
The many outweigh.
Is this the actual design of the bridge? That's what they want to do? Or is there, you
No,
still
that's
in a
just
design phase?
still in a design phase.
Okay.
You folks would be invited to a meeting when we go through the details on that. Well, that's not it either. So, we're better off looking at design. Yeah, this one shows it best of all. So if anybody has any thoughts or suggestions about approaching the neighbors, we're certainly happy to hear what they might be as we prepare for that task. Thank you.
Maybe you'd be more familiar with them, Catherine, or here. How would we go about that? We could certainly have a public hearing, yeah. Jocelyn,
There's no requirement for a public hearing,
right?
and unless you folks object, I would suggest we have a cup of coffee and a donut and talk about it across the table somewhere.
Informal.
Yeah, I think in this particular case where there's only 3 neighbors, and we're doing it really as a courtesy, that might be a better way to do it.
As long as they understand that and the inevitability of the trails coming here, we have the right of way and we want to address your concerns. And they'll try to get as much as they can, and you'll give them what you can, realistically, and then we move on.
We did have one of these some time ago, in the very first phase of the trail, where we were on land that was on the side of the railroad right-of-way down in the Franklin end. And it was in the backyards of several people that lived up on Pleasant Street, some of which didn't even realize that the part the trail was on was in their backyards until we went and talked with them. But there was one particular family that was concerned, and they did ask us to have some considerations for things, and we did work something out with them.
Right.
It was a good discussion in their kitchen, across the table over a cup of coffee. And, that went quite well.
I think
When
that
can we
probably
expect
go.
to see a bridge across that river?
Well, the timeline is that the state got notice from the federal government that the T-21 program would be ending. So they have to expend all of the money on it by the end of 2015.
So 2 years?
We have to be done with everything in 2 years. So if things proceed the way we're hoping they will, we've got design plans that go to the state. We can submit those as early as tomorrow. The state would review them. They encouraged us to ask them for more money, because we do need more to complete the project. And they had several other projects which people have since notified them that were awarded grants in the same round we were, that are not going forward with the grant. So that means the remaining money they have, they know that when we submitted the grant, we got approved, was years ago, prices have gone up, and they always have money set aside for going with what you get for estimates when you actually put out the bid for construction. And they're saying now, ask them for that additional money. So we would be preparing that piece and asking them for additional money so we could complete the project. Our share of the match, we've already raised some of it, but we would still need another $90,000. And we have until late 2015 to raise that other $90,000. There's a grant that I submitted a week ago that we should hear next week, whether we got, that one's for $25,000.
Nice.
So we're working on that. Because we never know what might happen, and we're always concerned about the cost, we have been trying for several months also to get a meeting with the Department of Transportation District 3 to talk about, in the short term, making a better crossing, because we don't really have an official way that people cross the road. When they come out of the old trail, they come down Elm Street, they come across the Cape Bridge, and then the suggestion is they cross Main Street, down Route 3 Main Street to the police department, then cross back over at Mayor's right now. But there's no official crossing. So we wanted to try to get that resolved, and in the absolute worst-case scenario, from my point of view, but we have some discussion on the Trail Committee about this, as needing to have an alternate plan in case other things don't work with the bridge, to have this meeting with the Department of Transportation that says, will you give us approval for a crossing? Because right now, we don't really have that. They don't like to give out crossing approval. Their argument is that they actually impede traffic, and that tends to cause accidents. Because people don't expect to see a crosswalk, so they're not expecting to slow down. So then the car in front of them does slow down, and the one in the rear slams into the one in front.
They also said that more pedestrians are injured in crosswalks than any place else. And it's like,
Well, what's the alternative? Sidewalk, crosswalk, right?
I
It
mean,
would make sense.
The comment I've heard most often is that pedestrians are too confident when they walk in a crosswalk, that they're got some magic shield around them,
Well-
and they're just not going to get hit.
50/50 shot getting across the road.
No, but yet if you go to Concord, we all know if you don't yield the right of way to somebody in a crosswalk, you're going to get a ticket. And that's never happened. Doesn't make sense.
Anyway.
But they declined us. We've asked for crosswalks to
question.
Riverfront Park, where we have hundreds of
The
people.
question is, when can we see
We
a
have
bridge?
events crossing.
No, he said
was
the money's got to be
unsafe for us
expended
to
by the
have
end of
designated places
2015.
for them to queue.
And even if they expend
Then,
it,
you know,
like
maybe when the
2016, I'm trying to narrow them down.
we should mention that as well, or have
When are
them
you gonna
come
tear down?
over as well.
When are you gonna tear down?
It's great.
No, no.
Yeah.
The other thing that I would feel remiss if I didn't mention was we were required by the State Department of Transportation and Historic Preservation to have a historic review of the houses that abut the railroad along the northern section of this little piece. So we did complete that, and they found nothing of any historic significance of any one of those 7 houses.
Wow.
Which cost us $12,000.
13,000. So that's one of the things we're going to address with the commission.
That was when we got Senator Forrester involved, but at that point, it was,
They're not on the railroad right away. We wouldn't be asking them for any kind of an easement, not for construction, not for permanent, because there's
You're not
plenty
even
of room.
disturbing the
Weren't
Yeah,
disturbing
exactly.
anything. It's
And it still cost you 12 grand.
Yeah, and we had said to the Historic Preservation before we ever started that we thought that this was pretty ridiculous, and they absolutely insisted that because that piece of railroad is a historic railroad corridor, that we had to do this. So this one we felt strongly enough about it, and Ken single-handedly convinced Senator Forrester to get the commissioner involved.
Yeah.
And she did confirm yesterday when I saw her about something else that she is interested in helping us, collectively us, in the whole region, get some clarity about what type of fence and about these historic preservation reviews. Because it seems like an added burden to try to get a really good trail built on places where there's active use rail. And Belmont and Laconia and Meredith will go through exactly the same thing as they pursue their next sections. Yes.
So, back to my original question. When might I expect to see a bridge? I heard about expenditures of funds and timelines.
Summer of 2015.
Okay. I'll be looking forward to it.
So will I,
It's a
Joe.
two-part question. The rehabilitation of the property formerly known as Ernie's, when might we see progress on that piece of property? Right now, we have the remnants of a cellar hole and...
Right. I think that's got 2 parts. One is what we're doing with the bridge. Because the plan was that as we get the bridge and the trail, part of what we need to do for the trail is lay down gravel. And part of what needs to happen on the old Ernie's, now the waterfront conservation land, is to put a cover on it. And if I remember correctly, the Crederi project report says that after they remove the contaminants, they then put a layer of some type of special material down. Membrane. And then that gets covered with topsoil and gets planted. But in the part where we actually have the trail, it gets covered with crushed bank run and then finished stone dust. So that there's money in both grants to cover different parts of that.
So when might we expect to see some of that action happening there? Is it going to set
think
for 2
there-
years, just the way it is? That's my question.
That's the
Don't-
Conservation
I don't
Commission
believe
members
so.
are
I think
here.
that's-
What are your
yeah.
plans for that area for 2014? Is there anything we can do to spruce it up? Can we build the parking lot? Can we put in a barrier of
As
sorts?
soon as the DES gives approval and can get the rest of those contaminants out, we have no objections in working with the Trail Association to go ahead and allow them to continue with their plans for the parking lot and the rest of the restoration on the property.
But on the southern piece, which isn't affected by the cleanup, are there things that you plan on doing to that to, right now it's, the cars are pretty eroded it away, and, I'm guilty, I pulled in there the other day.
We are planning on that Salmon Run piece of property to eventually block that off from having cars parking on it. However, at the same time, it would probably be appropriate, since we are planning on having a significant number of parking spots up on the Ernie site, that to try to coordinate some of that so that we don't block it off too soon. We also do have a resource for getting some materials that would allow us to help block that off from cars parking on the property. We are also going to be working with some local merchants and other things to try to get some natural resource materials like soil and some other things in there, and And as soon as we can get the final approval through the Trail Association with the route of the bridge, then we would be working with them and the architects for designing a trail that would go across the property.
The town still has screened loam at the 132 ball field site that has not been used. It's grassed over, but you can still see that it sits there. That was screened by pikes. So it just has vegetation over it. I think they used a very small bit of it when they leveled the field a few weeks ago, but that still sits there if that's necessary.
Wonderful.
So are we talking about the summer of 2015 for that as well, or next summer?
Well, as far as where the trail's going to be located, that's going to happen as soon as, I mean, we can't force that.
No, I understand that
I
part.
think that the general consensus is that people would still like to see the bridge crossing down near the old dam site. And if that happens, then the trail would need to, where the area where it's sort of a ditch that comes out toward the road, they'd have to come in there and then design where the trail would, how the trail would meander across the property. And then we would, it's crazy for us to go in now and to try to bring in loam and do landscaping and those things until we know where the trail's going to go.
Right.
So we just kind of take things one step at a time. And, we've undergone a lot of time on that property, far too much time on that property. But we're also at the point now where we're just not going to rush and then have to undo some things which would cost money, so.
Yeah, we haven't gotten together in a while to talk.
No.
But the last time we talked, we thought that what might happen first is that we'll get some approvals from the state for the route of the trail, and that will help us decide with conservation where the parking lot will go on the old Ernie site, and that the parking lot might be one of the first things that can happen. Then that puts the Conservation Committee in the position to decide when they're ready to put in the block off the other parking down at the other old dam site. And that starts to move things along from there.
So next summer, there should be some kind of activity going on. People ask me, hey, I've got questions myself. There should be something that's, oh, look, they're working at Ernie's.
I don't know. I know as much as you do about that part, that they did a lot of digging, they removed a lot of contaminants.
Yeah.
That the next part is they're supposed to eventually put down that membrane.
Yeah.
But I don't know when that's scheduled.
I see.
I believe it's all, the last conversation that I had with Joyce dealt with the fact that there was the issue between the two determining factors. One was the DES, EPA, and then the funding on the insurance policy and the state's oil cleanup fund there
petroleum
to take
fund,
over. Once those issues are fully resolved, then I believe they can go ahead and move forward with the removal of the contaminants, but that's kind of a hang-up right now, and until those issues are resolved, we're just kind of sitting here, everybody's kind of sitting here hoping.
Right.
And so it's just a matter of getting the formal approvals from everything, and then they can go ahead and move on. But I believe the paperwork from the town has all been submitted, and now we're just waiting for the other agencies to say, go for it.
Has the Conservation, well, I don't know who made the decision, if it was the engineers or the Conservation Commission, but have you definitively decided to have the membrane put over it instead of removing all that you can?
That's none of our, that was all part of what was within the original grant.
Well, was that, I don't think that was part of the original grant, but I think that came up afterwards.
Well, it was part of Credair's original proposal as to how the
Right.
site would be
It was part of the
handled.
proposal.
And I don't believe the Conservation Commission has been consulted or asked whether or not we would like to alter those plans.
Actually,
To the best of my knowledge.
I suggested altering it.
We have one of those in Riverfront Park. It only creates a problem if you want to build there, so it won't be an issue there, and it probably wouldn't be an issue there either. But
The only other issues that we had talked about at the time was going to be plantings of shrubs, trees, and whatever, with the membrane being in there, and whether you'd be able to, and around the perimeter and all those things, and I don't think we ever got any formal real response of one way or the other on those.
I think that the suggestion was that we should do the planting at the point that that the membrane goes in, so that we're not digging it up afterwards.
But all of the plans Credere ever showed us had new plantings in there that would somehow have to perforate the membrane.
They can't.
Well, yeah, they could. There could be a certain number of perforations in it.
I believe that
can't
those,
do
all
that.
the diagrams showed trees and plantings, but I don't
This
believe
one,
there
it
was
was
money in the budget
percentage.
for it.
Oh, really?
Percentage of what was covered.
Okay, we'll have to ask Joyce when she gets back.
All right.
Excuse me, to the best of my knowledge and recollection.
So do you feel, Mr. Silverberg, that the project is coming along as best it can at this point?
Yes. We really would have liked the northern side of the tracks. We could not convince the Department of Rails, the Rail Bureau of the Department of Transportation. So it is moving along as best as we can make it move along at this point.
Okay.
Wouldn't there be less construction on the south part?
Excuse me?
Wouldn't there be less construction on the south side of it?
Yeah, there is a little bit less construction on the south side.
Because you have a ditch on the north side.
Yeah. There will be a new ditch added on the south side to make sure we don't have the problems with erosion that we've had on the last section that we completed. We did, the day of the walkthrough, we convinced Brian Lombard to look at that with us again. And he at least agreed that he would contact the railroad maintenance crew and put in a request for them to clean the ditch on their part that's kind of directly below AutoServe. That tends to keep eroding and washing, and the ditch disappears. And when the ditch disappears, the water runs through the ballast and across the trail and washes out the trail. So we've repaired it several times in the past year, and it's pretty obvious what's happening there. There are some new people who have joined the trail committee that are butters to that part of the trail.
Nice.
That have just recently, they said they walk it every day and they might as well get involved. They've
Nice.
been picking up trash and things every day when they walk through, and they said they're not going anywhere, they're neighbors, and they really like it, and so they just recently joined the committee.
Is maintenance scheduled regularly for the trail, like the trail that's already in existence?
We had our last trail maintenance day on that really hot day on the 1st of June. It was
We had,
98 degrees out there, and we had a Bobcat and a 18-wheeler truckload of gravel that we had delivered,
And wheelbarrows.
and wheelbarrows and
shovels.
rakes and shovels.
That built a lot of character.
How
Yeah.
often is the trail policed for litter and downed branches and whatnot?
That happens very regularly. There's a couple of people who have signed up to be just kind of walk through and do that. And these two neighbors are the newest ones. I'm sorry, I did not bring the email that had the names. I haven't met them yet. But we do have a couple of other people that live nearby that are Tilton residents that have volunteered to walk through and pick up litter, and they do that weekly at the very least.
And I went up 2 weeks ago and painted all the graffiti on the 93 underpass, and
That's a never-ending battle.
it is, the first time it lasted almost 2 years, but this time it's, I think, 3 times in the past year.
Really? They have better access.
Yeah, well,
Give it their trail.
Well, it's time for a little,
I had a plethora of people contact me. I'm trying to think if it was in August. I think it was in August. First part of August. Complaining about the condition of the trail from Northfield to Franklin. And of course, pass them on to Joyce. Well,
from Northfield to
it's
Franklin.
volunteers, so please
really, yeah.
pick up.
You're going to complain.
You
Do
use-
this
you walk
and
it.
use these.
Yeah.
You use it. So,
We schedule every year, we always schedule 2 times to go out and we pick different portions that we look for as many volunteers as we can to just even do cleanup. And we check and we cut down brush and, all that sort of stuff.
I had to chuckle a little bit because one woman that called me, she said, "Oh, I can?" And I said, by all means, please do. But, she felt, maybe she felt she was trespassing, I don't know. It was very interesting. I maintained and told her, please, yes.
Yeah,
Pick it up.
there is still that somewhat unclear stipulation in the use agreement with the railroad that says something to the effect of if a tree falls, and of course we all know it does make noise even if no one's there.
How do you know? Just saying.
But if a tree falls and its origination, where its roots are, is on the railroad side,
I remember this.
we're not supposed to go on the railroad side of the fence to clear it. We're supposed to let them know, and they're going to come and clear it. But we can cut any of the branches that come across the fence or damage the fence and remove those and clear the trail. But if they come and they see there's a tree and they remove it, they have no obligation to call us and let us know there are branches down. That did happen earlier this year in a storm. And one of the neighbors called us and said, can we cut the branches? And then some people did cut the branches and move them. But the railroad came and they cut the tree. And they just left the pieces right next to the track. Didn't remove them down out of the way, out of the ditch.
Really? And we had to fix the fence.
We had to fix the
They
fence.
have no obligation if their tree smashes your fence? No.
No, we had to
responsible
fix
for
it.
the fence.
Because we've given you the right of way and the fence is your problem no matter what.
So did people come and take the tree, cut-up tree, and, or did the Trail Association have to remove it?
We cleaned it on the trail side. The railroad sent somebody and cut it off the track and then left the pieces sitting on the sides of the
And
track.
nobody helped themselves to the pieces?
You're not supposed to go over there.
The rail tracks, police will get you.
Wow. Strange.
So that's where we are. Any other questions or comments?
All right. Thank
Good,
you.
thank you very much. We're going
Thanks for
to
coming in.
be making a plan to go talk with the neighbors then.
Great.
If you need us, let us know.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's a good
Thanks
resource.
for
We
coming
just-
in.
I think we may have.
Good night, Chuck and
MDSP, Merritt Village Savings Bank.
Mr. Mitchell, Mrs. Mitchell, it's always a pleasure.
It
Nice
just
lips, you
passed,
can
but
reach all the way over
but
here.
it just passed, but it's a good resource for next year, up to 15,000. Yep.
I have two questions that pertains over time. One pertains to this stipends.
Graffiti.
There's a member here that's identified as an alternate. That wasn't attending any meetings, but as an alternate,
Was it
was
clean
he
now?
asked to attend
I
meetings?
haven't been there,
right,
it's possible.
Was he available?
One of my bicycles.
And was he called and not able to show?
See, I don't understand why it's no meetings, because at first on in the year, when he came in, he was there at the meetings as an alternate.
I mean,
There was at least two that I was there at the meetings, because there was a big discussion on it, that he was there. But then there was, then the gentleman was sick,
Yeah.
so
But,
he wasn't there.
Was
But I
he-
don't know that he was asked to
right, so,
do.
because some of our committees, I mean, it's...
Right, you don't show up if it's
my
not-
personal opinion that alternates should attend meetings. That's how they know what to go on.
As
But
much as possible,
it's
yep.
not a policy.
when it's
It's
trimmed.
nothing we've mandated, and...
But the
So my
alternates that
question
come,
is, did the zoning board require their alternates to attend
I
meetings?
don't know, it's a good question.
And if they don't, was this person ever called to a meeting where they needed an alternate and did not show up?
Right.
Because the answer to that, if you look at the others, I would say probably not, because it appeared
Is he putting him in?
And it's right at the skate park, so
that they're leaving, they've left him out completely.
Something under there.
like a mural.
So even though he may not have
One on
attended,
the
well,
National Rail
and I'm curious too, because I was at a zoning board meeting,
It's been,
and I'm pretty sure it was last year, and I was
Yeah, there
quite
was-
confident that person was there.
So that's not a bad idea,
that's a great
actually.
idea.
I'm just saying, there's a lack of information here for us to do due diligence, and I would suggest that we hold this off until we get more information.
Just another thing we bring.
Hold it up, I'm okay with that.
What do you think?
If you think it's a thing.
What do you think?
Hold it up.
Can we
They're going to probably
Yep.
do something.
no,
Sticky.
you're sticky to, we need to invest.
Who would ask them for information? I mean, considering the amount of money we're talking about here, I don't want to mess around too long. It's like.
Well, we don't have the
documentation
others.
is for.
We don't have any of the other.
Right, we don't have the others.
I see.
But it would
No,
be
that's
easy.
true.
You know, it'd be simple enough to go online and go back to January. They only had 8 meetings. And look at who was in attendance, although some committees don't do that. Or they should, but they don't. But that would be the first step, I think. And then I'd ask,
So can we
Augusta-
find out if alternate was required to attend?
Yeah.
Is that what you want to say?
well, the question is, do they require alternates to attend the meetings? And I would ask,
Do
I
they?
would ask Augusta if that's the policy.
How long day I take it? That's a yes.
Next question is, was the alternate ever asked to attend?
God,
Not available?
no wonder you play so hard when you play. You gotta squeeze it into a small
When-
space.
I think I know the answer to this, but I don't have my employee handbook in front of me.
Talk about it.
When one of our Public Works employees, there's a holiday in the week, they've worked all the days, the day before, day after the holiday, and they get overtime during the week,
Put it together, register.
they don't get to have overtime.
No, because you have to have worked the 40 hours and then,
Right. But now the
Physically work.
police department, the policy's different.
Yes.
By contract.
yeah, by
Contract,
contract.
if they work the actual holiday, they get
Should we
time and a
not
half.
consider changing that for our other employees, because it doesn't seem to be fair?
Or for the police,
Pardon?
What do you mean?
or we have contract negotiations
Yeah, we'll
coming
tell the
up.
police, no, they have to conform to this, but I don't think they're gonna buy
No,
it.
no, you can't do that, that's not going to work. But are there town employees that work the holiday?
Yes, we have one right here.
Good, I know I don't have anything.
No, he didn't work the holiday, but the police department doesn't have to work the holiday either
Paid for it.
to get paid for overtime.
So then if he works Saturday at Recycle, he doesn't get overtime for that.
And that's exactly what happened.
Well, technically, he didn't actually work 40 hours in the week, so is that unfair?
The police department isn't required to either. All I'm saying is, it's not an equitable policy. Where do they have that?
No, you're absolutely right.
If we're,
Exceptions, probably.
I think
where's that?
It's not equitable, but is it unfair?
Mike Robinson's
I'm just trying to get this clear in my mind where the unfairness comes
It
in.
just kept getting stuck.
thing is, it's planning.
So, he worked 36 hours,
Okay,
and then he had the holiday,
yeah,
okay?
yeah.
That's 44 hours.
Kevin,
So he's worked all the days he's required, plus he worked 4 hours extra, plus he had a holiday.
Right.
Now, in the police department, that 4 hours, that would have been overtime.
Take care.
How do you know it's not overtime? Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Overtime.
time.
There's no overtime in there.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. I get it.
I'm just saying for the
Do you
future, for next year, I mean, if for them, it's not a lot of overtime. I mean, I think there's a couple of holidays in the winter that they could be plowing.
Well, first of all, it's not fair.
It's not fair.
What's unfair about it? Guy worked 36 hours and he didn't get time and a half for the 4 hours
Right.
because of the police?
Because the policy is different for union workers
It's supposed to be
as it
all
is for non-union workers.
Due to a contract. Every other
Contract or
town
not,
employee is
equal.
treated the same.
Well, not according to that one, huh?
No, they're not.
Which ones aren't?
They get their
All of the non-union,
You don't get their overtime.
all of the non-union
With the exception
employees.
of the union employees, every other town employee is charged, is the same.
Yes, but I'm
correct?
saying all our employees are not treated equally,
They're all our employees.
and they should.
I know they are. Well, one section has a contract, they have to pay union dues, they have things written
By
into.
choice.
Absolutely, by
And they get
choice.
automatic raises.
well, according to the contract, but the contract's coming up again.
You're not going to eliminate any of those parts of it. I'm just
What are
saying.
we doing now?
Make a motion to,
No.
A word?
No!
I tried.
Look at,
Because
he
that's
did not.
non-debatable.
He got a holiday, 8 hours, which was this amount of money right here. And then 36, which is this amount of money. And then they took out the federal tax. And then they took out Medicare, Social Security. And then medical.
Well, I don't see any overtime.
There was none. This
He's
is
got
his
paid
actual.
44 hours for
Right.
working
And the
36.
rate is the same.
Right.
There's no overtime. I'm just saying, we should think
I
about
think we should
that.
address that.
Yep.
Yeah, we should think about it. It just,
That will change the budget.
It's not
though.
fair.
that's why I'm bringing it up. It isn't fair.
I can
I don't
see
think
I'm in
it's
the
fair. I never
minority
thought it was,
already.
To the signed,
I never thought it was fair.
hold, that one right there, the green.
Yeah.
All right, all right, until Tim comes up, we can go over the budget.
You want me to see if he's ready? He might just be waiting on us.
He's probably, you just call him
Yeah.
and see how much longer. But we can go over right now the outside agencies that we need to approve.
No, we'll start on something else. I just want to see if you were ready or if you were...
Heard that.
Town of Tilton
Okay, so we're going to do
proposed
outside
budget.
agencies?
Yep.
Do have it somewhere.
I'll make a motion to, recommend $122,200 for Hall Memorial Library.
Second?
When they came before the Budget Committee, there were some figures that didn't correspond
Here's this last one.
from 2013 to 2014 in the financials they gave us.
But you
The
voted it
Budget
in.
Committee voted it in with the knowledge that when they come back with corrected financials, that we may change it accordingly.
Okay.
They come back yet?
No. But
So we
we're
could kinda
expecting
do
them
the
to
same
provide them.
That was last night.
That was last
Library's in the mail.
Night they voted.
So well, if we do the same, if they
We can
come
do
back,
this,
yeah.
Yeah. I was
All
just letting you know.
All right, I second that, right? Okay.
Any discussion? Other than we'll keep in check when the
Right.
financials come back. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Which ones did we not do?
I think we have the rest to go. Let me see up
That's
here.
budget, oh, this is Selectmen right here.
Yeah. We did that.
Did you do Grange expense already?
I didn't think we did. Hang on.
Says you did.
Well, then we must have.
All right.
What about, yeah. I mean, youth, no, we did that, okay. Now, what about Child and Family Services? We haven't done that one.
Well, we heard New Beginnings last night. We can do that one. Child and Family Services come in next week to,
Oh, okay.
well, that's going to hang us up.
Yeah, it will.
We give them what we have.
That's right, we can submit it.
Yeah.
We give them what we
We
have.
submit that, we don't have to
Right.
approve it,
And
what
we put-
recommend and not recommend,
We
okay.
put
Right.
draft on it.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve the budget of $1,530 for New Beginnings.
Second?
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
One opposition.
Okay, I make a motion, we approve the Tilton Northfield Recreational Council for $57,500.
You sure you don't want to go 72?
No, not today.
Okay, just checking.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Any,
Any discussion? All those in favor of $57,500 for the Pines Community Center?
Tone, or is that?
That's the second time.
Aye.
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 I hate it when they go east.
Oh,
Okay.
ambulance and fire.
What was the other one we just did?
New Beginnings.
Did they go over the bridge?
I think so.
Yep.
In the library. So we have,
We haven't done Community Action Transit.
yep, we have the transit.
We haven't done Child and Family Services and Genesis. Are we going to do anything with them? Well, they're still coming into they're coming in, what, December the 2nd, I think.
Community Action has been in.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a very controversial issue with the Budget Committee.
Right.
I'd like to make a motion. We'll see where that goes.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve a budget of $2,500 for the Community Action Transit.
I'll second that for purpose of discussion.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I thought their
Action
request was...
Transit?
Their request is $5,000. I'm cutting that in half. We gave them $2,500 last year.
If we, as long as we're all willing to change that, if we need to. The Budget Committee is just waiting for some explanation, and if it's reasonable and sound, we may want to consider a higher figure than 2,500.
And I'm ready to consider a higher figure than 2,500
Well-
now. I don't have the exact figures, but the
There's some-
community action people work really hard on that project, and a lot of people, it's a lifeline for them. It's totally inadequate because of funding issues. Oh, it
Right.
doesn't run at this time, and they do this and that, but they never have enough money. What are they going to do? And people live by that thing.
Well, if you want to amend the motion, go ahead.
Doesn't seem like amending the motion just to get it defeated is going to, all right, I would amend the motion to fund the transit for the full $5,000 that they requested.
And I'll second your amendment.
All right, so we have an amendment on the floor, and we'll vote on the amendment first. And the amendment is to approve a $5,000 to Community Action, which is the Winnipesaukee Transportation Community Action Program. Is there any discussion?
I know that some communities don't see the value in it as much, perhaps, but having worked on the Regional Coordinating Council and the Planning Commission, I've seen and I've ridden the bus. I've ridden the bus on several occasions. People rely on this service.
Right.
And
There's no doubt, I mean, to our...
go to hospitals, they go to dialysis, it's their weekly shopping trip. The people who are most need this transportation service are the ones that can least afford to have it be cut back on any level.
Right.
I've talked to them, I've seen them.
I couldn't agree with you more, Joe. I just...
Everything costs money, and it's just sucks. I don't want taxes to go up, you know I don't, but
I just think that they should make more of an effort to raise funds from the other communities. Information that we have is that, they
asked
haven't
it-
done that. They said that they talked to the Tanger Outlet Mall. I've talked to Eric. Did they talk to him? Yep. Have they made a concerted effort to raise funds from that one commercial entity? No, they definitely have not.
Well,
Did they allude that they had? Yes, they did.
They asked them, because I remember Andrew Hosmer was a part of that, getting the Winnipesaukee Transit. And remember a few years back when it was the senior busing and the Winnipesaukee.
Wow.
What's going
Is it?
on?
A lot of accidents. You got like 2 or 3 different accidents plus a medical aid going, so everyone's busy.
Are you needed?
I'm listening, not yet.
Okay.
During that time, Andrew Hosmer, at that time, talked with myself and Eric Prue from the Tanger Outlet. And that's when it was the idea of, what if we could wrap the bus and help out the bus situation, when it would be advertisement and so on and so forth. There were a lot of hurdles with funding and accepting funding because of the way Concord did it, and the way the funding was dispersed from the state, coming through the state and matching funds. I don't know all of the details, but that put it on hold a little bit when Terry Snyder was the manager of that whole.
The information I
Deal.
have was the amount of money that CAP wanted to wrap the bus in
Exactly, and I'm
advertising
getting to that.
was absolutely,
Right.
categorically denied and refused by the
Right.
Tanger Outlet Company. And
Exactly.
then they never went any further with it.
So shortly after that, when Terry Snyder was no longer the mobility manager or the mobility person, transportation person, when Terry Page stepped up to it, that's when they did some ideas, and when she rode the bus, and she was extremely active. She was right out there with everybody. And that's when they looked into advertising, and they knocked on the doors of several businesses in Tilton, Laconia, Franklin, particularly Franklin, because it's well used in Franklin. And Franklin, the city of Franklin wasn't really contributing, so they was looking to resources to do that. Then they looked at the cost of it, and they would have to ask $25,000 to wrap a bus for a year, which was astronomical, and that's when Tanger says, no way.
a lot of money.
So then a few weeks ago, well, now it's maybe 4 weeks, they were told to ask for it corporately at just a donation.
Right.
Yes,
And
and
I'm
that
sure
was
that that's
not a
what they were-
formal meeting. They were at the same place at the same time.
Right.
And it was just, so, I mean, my point is they're not making a concerted effort to raise money in other places.
In all of the meetings, and I've been at the monthly meetings for a few years, not recently, but for a few years now, they would brainstorm ideas, and all of the ideas that we had, or the other members of the committee had, the mobility manager and Terry Page at the time went out and did every single one of those to try to gain and access more funding for the transit. And that's when they were downsizing on bus routes and so on and so forth. So I was a part of that, and I think Joe was on a higher level with the RCC, the district level, on that. We saw the work that she was doing with the doors being shut on her. Yeah, the doors were shut all the time. And did she try to, focus on what she could at the time? She was one person trying to do the job of a lot of advertising, keeping the bus route going, keeping the times going, and then on top of that, trying to keep the bus and dispatch going as well. There was a lot of entities going on at the same time. And I think I think they've done a fine job, particularly, reiterate, they've done an excellent job for the people in Tilton to get where they need to go, the ones without the jobs that are looking for jobs, that get on the bus every day and go out and look for jobs. I can't tell you how invaluable it is right now for our seniors, and we have 3 people in Tilton, now 2 people in Tilton that do it for dialysis 3 days a week. So for Tilton, and that's what we're concerned with, it's invaluable. And I think that's what we have to look at.
Call the question. I disagree. Call the question. It's redundant. I'm not
Yep,
gonna
I get you.
continue arguing.
All right,
I think we've made up our minds.
Yeah, it's apparent, so let's vote.
okay. All those in favor of the amendment, now we're voting on the amendment, and the amendment is $5,000 to the Community Action Transit.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes. Opposed?
Aye.
Abstain? 1. Okay. All right. Is Child and Family Services coming into the budget?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I got my thing right here.
I do too, right here. Child, that would have been one that they already did.
Child and Family Services.
It's
They've already
reviewed.
come in. They've already come in.
They've already come in.
They've already been approved.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we approve $2,850
Second?
for Child and Family Services. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Yes?
Aye.
Yes. Okay. The only one left is Genesis for outside agencies.
And they're coming in, I think, the 2nd of December.
4th. December 4th,
December 4th?
Yeah.
Okay.
7:35.
Okay. So you want to wait on them so we can hear what they have to say?
Yep.
Genesis,
made my
Red
mind up.
Cross. The 2 outside agencies, except for the Lockmere Village District, they're coming in on the 4th too, but that's just
What's your thought on Genesis?
because they have to.
Genesis has never been really responsive to
The needs of
our
the town.
requests. They've never, and according to our Director of Welfare, they aren't responsible to...
We give 0 to Genesis then.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to not fund Genesis. Is there any discussion?
I like the idea of Genesis, and if they functioned properly, that's where I want to spend my tax money. Aside from the things we have to, roads and police and fire, that's the kind of taking care of those who can't take care of themselves is where I'm at.
I would like
But-
to wait.
Child and Family Services provides a lot of the services that Genesis offers.
Absolutely.
When Genesis has come in here before, one of the biggest problem I have with Genesis is their determining factor of who pays what is most of our citizens who would require their services couldn't afford their services.
It's a dartboard. They pick a fee off the wall as far as I can see. I know a guy who used Genesis services, and quite frankly, it may well have saved his life. It's not that they don't provide a service, but I can't tell to this day what it is, how they go about it, what they charge, what their financials are. They don't even respond to our request, but they want $8,000.
But those who do not have insurance and those who do not have, money, forget it.
Well, of course, that shouldn't be a problem
They
much
have a very hard
longer,
time
because
getting into
everybody will have
Genesis.
insurance.
Very hard time. And if they do, it's usually because it's an emergency and then they pass them off.
Oh, yeah, as quick as they seem to be able to.
Yeah.
I'd at least like to give them the opportunity to come and talk to us.
If they show up, I would love to.
Yeah.
We can always amend it later.
Because if we vote right now,
You can, we can, because we're submitting a draft.
It was
Right.
last year, they didn't
Wouldn't
even
make
show up.
if
they
we-
didn't even show up.
Well, and if they don't show up, then I agree, but I'd at least like to, they've said they'd come in on this date, I'd at least like to give
This
them
is
the
discussion.
opportunity to come in and maybe they've changed, maybe they've got new policies, or
You're
maybe they're
absolutely
the
right,
same.
and based on that thought, I call the question.
Okay, motion's on the table not to fund Genesis. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed?
I abstain, okay,
Abstain?
I'm opposed.
There's 2 abstentions, 3 pass, so we're to 0.
Ready?
We're ready for you, because we did all the outside agencies.
Oh, we got a new, oh, and it's still warm.
I just dug and looked for this one. Wow, it's warm.
Without the presses.
Nothing to do with it. We get hot ones.
That's kind of weird.
One Jeep up.
I forgot my clicker for my truck. I just found it. It was
Are you saying we gave out more merit raise than we had in the budget?
Nope, that was our budget.
Okay.
The department request is,
Oh, okay, yeah, all right.
Are these mine or?
Sorry.
some of these I've got to take another look at,
Tweak?
going through the process of, double checking. The notable changes here, do you want me to just go down through the list?
Go down the top, down.
Yep. So Joyce and I got together and went through the insurances. So between workers' comp and property liability, those are the quoted rates on page 2. And they represent probably the maximum that we would pay in workers' comp. So we might...
Did you just skip over page 1?
Yes.
He's telling us the
The
changes from the
changes.
last time.
Well, can we stop for a second and go back to moderator? Because we just found out we're going to have a primary and another election. So does that amount reflect that?
No.
So that will be a change.
Did you know that?
Oh, I'm sorry, did you know that?
We found this out yesterday morning about the special election, and
The primary is going to be the killer because the election itself is on the same day as our town meeting. But the primary,
oh, no, this,
Separate primary?
no, this included the state primary. Did he say it didn't?
this, why would he have known that? Do we have a primary going on? We have one for
Just
Councilor
state.
Burton.
No, there's a special election for Ray, and then there's a state primary and a state general.
Right, but I thought that okay. But we're not budgeted for the states.
We're not budgeted for the state one.
Right,
The state-
okay.
I'm sorry, the special election, the Ray Burton one, we're not budgeted.
Okay, thank you.
What generally
You had me
does it
baffled for a minute.
cost us for,
But you have ballot clerks, you have,
yeah, as I'm trying to think of what, can we get to Bernie and, Chuck and find out what that would cost to add the special election in? Make a note of that, and he was just here too, we could have asked him.
here's his budget.
Yeah, I was going to look at Bernie's, I wasn't,
Because it would
I've
be
got
supervisor the checklist, and it would be,
because the supervisors have more,
Does that mean they'll have to have one extra session? Or are they going to have 2?
one.
One?
They have to advertise.
to advertise and do a checklist session.
Right.
and they
Folder
would-
session.
We better ask them to.
Whereas with moderator, it's just showing, just him.
Right.
Showing up for
Yep. So I'm going to put a question mark next to that, to the, it would be
Probably both those lines.
both election and registration line, right? And then it would be the supervisor, the checklist line?
Yes, for that special election.
Okay.
Right.
But it wouldn't be, it would be moderated too, because he has to be there. So it's 3 lines. But it's still going to change.
It might slightly.
We
It
have-
might,
Registrations
It-
would be for just one advertising.
right, it needs to change, these numbers need to change for those 3 lines. for the special election, right?
Yep.
Okay. Good call, Catherine. All right.
Now I'm ready for page 2.
So as I said, Joyce and I got together and put it, just basically entered the numbers for workers' comp and property liability as they were presented from LGC. So, and those, as you can see, represent a healthy increase. And then we also added the, if you recall, in the Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid, there was an invoice that was presented for this year due to, I think, they didn't have enough money collected from the county, so they had invoiced the town $1,026, I think.
Yep.
And that we added to the 2014 Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid line.
I have an editorial comment.
I was just going to say, before you make your editorial comment, we also discussed whether that was the appropriate place for that, since it's public safety, emergency management.
Isn't that the responsibility of the county until the end of the year? If they didn't ask for enough money, why is it all of a sudden they're going to bill the town
They did
directly?
ask for enough money, it's that the county delegation cut it out.
It's not going to be funneled through the county anymore.
No, I understand that.
No, the extra, he's talking,
Spoke.
Joe is talking about the extra $1,026.
Oh.
This is like they didn't budget enough, so
They did,
then why is it an extra $1,000?
because the county deleted it, which is part of the reason why I think they're good with not going through the county budget.
That was our discount, because we went through the county.
All right, then that explains it too.
No, it wasn't, our discount
And that
was
doesn't explain it.
$4,000, not 1,000.
Okay, then I'm with Joe. What's the $1,000?
Right.
Do I have the cover letter on me? I think they still do.
I don't.
I can find out tomorrow.
And Catherine can tell me another time.
Emailed to them.
The comment I wanted to make, I'll make it really quick, is I was asked to find out if there was an alternate source for our dispatching. And I talked to our newly appointed captain, and he said, absolutely not. He said it would be it wouldn't even be safe if we tried to piggyback our emergency fire calls with our police calls. And he also didn't think, and the chiefs here probably can concur, that they wouldn't have the capacity. He talked about different tones for fire and police.
Our radio system isn't set up, it's a whole different system, and we wouldn't be able to do both. You'd have to have 2 dispatchers in there, and
Yeah.
we don't have the room for 2, so.
So,
Never mind
unless you're
the
going to look
extra
for another
expense of another
outside agency to do it for us. This is where we're going.
One of the things, I had received a survey from the Lakes Region directed to me as a town administrator. And usually I don't answer surveys, but they sent it to me saying, you really need to fill out the survey. So I did, and I told them, I think that one of the things that they need to do is the way their bylaws are written, the board of directors, it's made up of, it says that other people can serve, but it's all fire chiefs. So now that it's really the towns, individual towns are seeing it, that they should make up, that board should be comprised of, a certain percentage of fire professionals, a certain percentage of elected officials, and a certain percentage of finance.
As far as I know, we appointed
Good
the
point.
fire chief to be our representative, right?
Right, but they,
We could appoint Tim Pearson.
you could appoint Tim Pearson, you could appoint Catherine Dawson, you could appoint,
But Joyce is saying, and this would require a percentage, because without that, you could have 100% fire chief.
Right, you don't have
Or
the,
100%.
what you're saying
could.
is you don't have the diversity in order to get
Right.
the right perspective
This would
on
force them to have that.
everything, right.
That's a very good point.
so I told them that, and that, before regionalization, to have more
Choose the R word.
voter have a say, not just, but they do provide a lot of services. I was amazed. I was not aware of. I read the rural pitches, that's what it's called.
Yes.
You should put in. I read that, and I chat with the fire department. They do provide a tremendous number of services that we don't know about because we don't work in the fire department.
So Evan, so that's what comprises total administration. The, also, the last time you saw the town clerk tax collector line, the salary budget had not been adjusted. And as per the transfer, the budget transfer that was done in October, so that's now complete. And you'll note, going throughout this report, there's a column to the left of the 2013 authorized budget, which says town meeting budget. And when time permits, I will go through and I will put that in so that you can see, and you'll see blanks in some lines which are new. But you'll be able to compare also the original town meeting budget.
What is this column here, the department request versus 2013?
So, in other words, what is the recommended amount versus the authorized budget for 2013? So, if in a case where if you look at the insurance property liability and you see the request is $68,679, that represents a 1.8% increase over the $56,464, whatever that is.
Okay.
So go to deputy town clerk tax collector. Why is that an increase?
Because you transferred the merit?
It would have been like the,
It would have been like the one above it.
Right.
I think there, if I remember correctly,
in the same with line 130 under finance.
Yeah, why did you go up 1.2?
yeah, I would have to look, and that's one of the reasons why,
Did it just kind of round it out on you?
I have a feeling where it's pulling from. That's why I have to double check some
They
of
all
these.
say 1.2.
Because, of course, I must be tired. Because you're looking at an annual budget versus annual budget. So you're only going to see half
Of the merit raise.
If you look at the merit raise in a half year, if you spread it out over the whole year, it represents that amount. If you think about it.
This is
Okay, so July to, we're looking at the difference between July to December.
But
It's
you're
only
looking
6
at the-
months.
Right, so
Gotcha.
that's why. And the wage adjustment on the one above that,
Yep.
that's why that.
I see it.
was accounted for that.
We'll need to ask the tax collector, I keep saying that, town clerk, to adjust her election appropriation line if necessary.
Can we vote on any of these? Can we vote on the town clerk tax collector budget?
Yeah, you did.
We have,
Yeah, we did.
according to this.
Yeah, we did, okay.
What about,
Finance, we did, okay, I see it.
You haven't done administration yet.
yeah,
You haven't done IT. But as we go down through here, I did make some changes to the IT budget, and I have an updated sheet for you. The other things I wanted to point out that changed, now, in the police budget on page 4 and 5, this budget reflects the changes that you made this evening. So there is a command sergeant.
Yes. Operations sergeant, right.
6 months?
That's correct. There's a captain's wage reflecting the new wage. There's the new officer and the retirement, and then the rate for part-time officer added. So all those things, plus an additional $1,000 in the new uniform line, which is on page 5, taking that from $9,000 to $10,000. That was the difference there. And so that gives you a new figure of $1,936,251. The other things that have changed in the health insurance lines in each of these budgets, these now reflect for the non-union...
What was the total?
$1,936,251 on page 5.
What did, unifunds, okay, I get it.
Also,
Yeah, I get
there
it.
was some holiday adjustment on
I-
the holiday pay, some other little,
I had 934,
yeah, there were
1.934 in my head, and I just wanted to know the
a few
difference.
little things that I found to correct.
Mm-hmm.
But in each of these cases, outside of the collective bargaining agreement, all the health insurance now reflects the board's vote last week in terms of going from 10% to 12%. Employee contribution. So
The
that's,
employee's been notified of this change? Feedback? Are they still digesting it?
Two people, just to explain that.
I wouldn't think that anybody would be elated that they're,
Oh, I'm sure they're not. I just wondered what the feedback was.
oh, I would think that it would be expected, actually.
So the same thing goes in Public Works. So actually, last week you voted on $1,044,000 budget in Public Works. But that now is slightly lower due to those changes in health, employer portion of health insurance.
Okay.
But as I recall, you had made your motions last week such that it would be adjusted based on...
It was a draft,
I
right?
have a question. We spent $3,400 on weapons expense last year on a $3,000 budget. We're asking for $3,000 this year. And I was just wondering how it is that we expect to spend less than $3,400.
Especially when you have new hire.
Last year, we had to replace some barrels. We did maintenance to weapons last year that we don't have in 14, so I get to skip a year.
Okay? That doesn't, does that include ammunition?
Employees would go down.
No, that's separate.
You have a new employee.
Oh, no, that's immunization. Where is that ammunition listed?
Pistol range.
I asked him.
Pistol range.
Pistol range, okay.
They don't
Oh, yeah.
The new hire?
Yeah, he has enough.
It's all new stuff. They're just not, yeah, they all have all stuff in the cabinet.
In the Public Works line, the other thing that changed in that budget, if you go to page 7, I've added, as the board wished, the line about the fifth up from the bottom of the total Public Works budget, where it says sanitation, residential co-op, solid waste. So what that line and the following line now
Yep.
reflect is that the commercial co-op solid waste is essentially what we're going to budget for our revenue from haulers.
Okay.
So we've got $212,000 of revenue, and, well, actually, slightly more because of our admin fee, but then this is our cost to the co-op for that haulers portion. The balance of what Dennis had budgeted for co-op solid waste is then now in that residential line, which represents a reduction from prior years, presumably based on the recycling, which...
It was, what was it last, do you remember what it was last year? Wasn't it like in the 100,000s?
Well, it was...
112 or something like
It
that?
would have been over 100,000 probably. His total last year was 312, so it would have been around 100,000 thereabouts. So the challenge here is he had reduced the GAT by about 7%, as far as I can tell. So he went from about 4,600 GAT to 4,300 and change here and there. So that reduction, well, that 300-ton or so reduction was based on taking out the recycling from that solid waste. So anyway, it starts to give a better picture that we're not going to save that $212,000 or whatever amount that we're budgeting for haulers, because that's what we are, what we bill and receive in revenue. Our savings and our whole recycling model rotates and revolves around this, the residential. So there is a reduction. I did not and probably will not put in this budget, what the prior year was because, unless I've really got a good way of determining it, because we didn't have it at that time and
It's not comparable.
Right, so, but there's going to be plenty of reporting done on, what the experience has been, what the residential commercial breakdown has been in the past, and plenty of other documents. But this is just meant so that when somebody looks at the budget, they can say, okay, this is residential, this is what we're talking about when we're talking about recycling. Outside of that,
Where is the expense of the pickup of recycling?
Curbside contract.
Is that,
no, what's that?
That's in revolving.
It's totally.
the money's in the revolving fund, but don't we have to show the expense? If we're spending money out of the revolving fund, do we have to show that as revenue? We're collecting fees.
Show it as
and putting
revenue
in the
or show it as an
revolving fund as
expense?
revenue.
All the revenue and expense is off budget, so that all the revenue goes in
Right.
to that, and all the expense comes out of that.
So it would be similar to what the school district does when they show us their breakdown of their revolving fund.
Right.
Right, and in the.
And their projected plan into the
Your monthly
future.
financial summary, when you look at the capital reserve funds and other accounts, I think I call it, in there, it shows the revolving fund and it shows the income and expense for that month in total.
Most people would look at this, and they're going to be looking for that, and they would not know what we know.
No, but again, when the reporting comes out for the, recycling and how it's been operating, I think that would be a really appropriate place to show, this is the money we started with in the fund, this has been our income, this has been our expense, and,
I would think we should think about doing that in our annual report.
As an addendum to something like this, or in the end, I think we should have it in the annual report.
Certainly.
No matter where the chips fall, it should be in there so everybody knows.
Right. I'm certain it would be.
Similar to what we do with our
Yep.
duty,
Yes.
curbside, no, what are they? Thank you.
Special detail.
I'm tired.
So,
Well, they are detailed curbside.
yeah,
better not be on the road.
Just so that you're aware, I know the payables aren't up here anymore, but some of you may have seen that there was a sizable check to Casella in the payables, and that represented, we were trying to work out some issues with the original invoices, because I really wanted to have separate invoices for the recycling from the rest of the things, and they provide us separate invoices for other things, so it only made sense. So that represented the reduced rate for July and then full rate for August and September. So that's why that was so high. Outside of that, I updated the outside agencies as per
Oh, here's some more.
the notes I had from the Budget Committee.
Here's some more that we voted on. Genesis, 0. $28.50 for Child and Family Services. $5,000 for Community Action Transit. $15.30 for New Beginnings. $57.5 for the Pines. And $122.2 for the Hall Memorial on page 7. So, IT,
Okay.
I make a motion that we approve a draft budget for the PD of $1,936,251.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. All right, so PD's approved,
I don't have to like it.
highway's approved.
You're voting on a lawyer.
No, that's a lot of money, man.
I know.
admin, we're going to wait until, do you want to wait until we get the elections, or do you want to do it and then
We
change
can
it?
adjust that
Yeah,
one
we can
line.
adjust it.
All right,
You're going to have 4 lines, because you're going to have the town clerk's line now.
Yeah, whichever lines we need to adjust, we can then adjust those lines.
all right. I'll make a motion that we approve the administration line of $617,396.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And the only one
Clerk, we did that?
that's part of administration.
Yep.
Oh, town clerk, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Town clerk
Taking a
already
minute.
We did PD.
PD.
See how much I got.
So all we have left is IT.
That's it.
I wouldn't have voted for it.
It. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
what you got to say about it?
Mess around now, let's go.
All right, so what I've handed out is a revised budget, and on the top, you see the summary of hardware, software services, communications, supplies, and then salary. So the total being $102,110. I'm still trying to get from MetroCast some of the costs of that infrastructure that we're expecting, and so I've heard back from them, but still haven't gotten what I need from them. So there's still some questions unanswered, so I've gone the more conservative route here. Some of these things will more than likely be less. But in general, under hardware, we're looking at new terminal server. This would be replacing the existing one at the PD, along with terminal server software, which is unfortunately pricey for both. And I put in there late 14 because I think there are a couple of other possibilities that we might be able to implement, but barring that, we really need to budget for the full amount. Mainly because it has had some problems in the past. This is the oldest one over there, and it's taken down the network in the past, and there's just some other issues with it that it's time. So it's probably got a good year left in it. I can keep going down. So, outside of that, the replacement systems, we have a total of 36 workstations in the town. So this represents six of them being replaced.
Where are we looking? Mine says 5 systems.
Well, a cruiser system and then 5 workstations.
I see, okay.
So actually, we have 38 workstations. We have 6 servers, 38 workstations, 30 printers, 24 monitors, and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Total in the town or just in the police
No,
department?
total in the town.
Okay.
So what this represents is roughly 1/6 of replacement systems. Sometimes these are planned and sometimes they're unplanned. We just had an unplanned replacement, which was very catastrophic.
That was the checks that we signed today? It was a number of different
That's correct.
Dells and,
One
yeah.
of those went, thankfully I had a replacement system I was able to put in right away, yes. The next item, these are replacements for other things. We do have monitors that go bad, printers that go bad.
That happens?
And also adding to our network-attached storage, because we do need more storage. We had an issue with video storage at the PD this last year, and so I need to increase that as we're, housing and archiving more and more video cruiser footage, as well as just other types of surveillance footage that they collect.
And that's hardware, right?
This is all hardware right now.
You have to, because the videos that you have with the PD have to be hardware. You can't store it in the cloud.
No, we're not.
I'm waiting for Catherine
Yeah,
to say
no, we're not.
something on that.
Did you just say in a cloud?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that would
That's
rain
the
right
term
out.
for it, Catherine.
No,
It's on servers in Washington or something. It's somewhere out there like clouds.
I got it.
so but in any event,
Waiting for him to
I
explain.
plan I plan to put the storage in,
I'm going to have Malcolm come down and help me finish the concrete floor in the basement.
I had planned to put additional drives in, and this is part of that plan. So there's a number of different things in that 3850. The power over Ethernet, these are a specific type of switches.
I want to know what a POID is, PD VoIP?
So
Voice over IP.
Police Department, voice over IP. So
Voice over in
Internet protocol. It's telephones over the internet. So it's a
It's a telephone that uses
telephone
the
system
internet
that
to connect to
uses-
other phones?
Yes.
Right.
It's like Vonage.
And
Have
in
you
this
ever heard of
case-
Vonage?
Yeah, but I ignore that.
That's exactly what it is. Same basic principle.
So
Come out of your stone age.
the switches are required to
don't
be able
embrace
to power the individual units, the phones as well as PCs.
So does each phone have to have one of these switches?
no.
No,
Or do you have
there's-
one for a
PD,
system?
one
have
for the
a
town
big one
hall.
and a backup.
Right.
So that's what this is. This is actually providing power through a cable that is usually a data cable. And then there's a recording device for the police department for dispatch for both phones and radio.
We voted on that
$1,000?
separately, did we not?
I don't believe you
$1,000?
voted on it. I believe you had some questions about it, whether it was,
The
which
recording
size
system for
departments.
the dispatch and the
Stuff above
radios?
it sounded far more important.
Well, this was, the chief could talk to the recording device.
I mean, I've got a tape recorder you can borrow.
Yeah, it's.
Reel to reel?
We need to be in the,
I love those.
we need to be
That is a good-
conservative, but we also need to be in the 20th century. We really do. We can't
But I
be,
need to, unfortunately, need to know what this is, so when somebody asks me out there in the other world,
It records all the radio traffic in and out of dispatch and all the phone traffic, emergency phone.
how do we do that now?
We don't. And
Don't.
I actually, we had a couple of federal cases with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and they said, we've never heard of a PD that doesn't record their radio traffic. It timestamps
Well,
every
they
radio
don't.
transmission. It just,
So you can't play back those calls that we hear on TV when, you know,
no, and we should be able
I
to,
don't
for a
think
lot
that
of
that should be in
reasons.
public.
It's,
A lot of people think they do.
It's an officer safety thing for radio traffic.
Right.
So if an officer screams for help, they can
if
play
they've
back
been
the
asked for it,
address.
it's already in public, and they couldn't produce it.
And it gives them a
It's already
dashboard
public.
on their computer that they can do it instantly on the fly. And we actually get requests for discovery for our phone and radio, and we can't provide it.
And county has.
But
But that would only be calls directly from our station.
all our
Yes.
emergency.
The calls that go through the other agencies, well, the only other agency
their
that
own.
takes our calls, they do that.
right.
Yeah, they do it.
Okay.
Right, so this would record all our emergency traffic.
$6,000 for this device?
That's
Well,
what it costs.
Let me tell you something, okay, because, Joyce has a very good point. If you do not take advantage of this right now, where we have an expert on our payroll right now, it will cost a lot more than $6,000.
Oh, I recognize that, but
No.
it just seems to me not to be that complicated of a device, that $6,000 to record phone calls?
Oh, I know he's cheap.
Heck, I can record
Oh, I
phone
know
calls
that.
at home right now.
I saw him come upstairs on the rug and it was squeaking.
Answering machine.
It actually lasts a long time. We had one for 10 or 12.
I recognize the need, I'm just shocked at the price.
It's something we've needed, and the time's right to do it, I think. But in any event, so that comprises the hardware. The next items...
Can I just ask one more question on that? In the near future, if we ever move, that's a portable,
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely.
that goes with this,
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
Okay.
Yep, yep. In the next area of software, TriTech, that's IMC software that you sometimes hear about. That's the police department's application software.
That's just one program?
Yep,
Well, it's many, many functions, but it's one company.
one company.
So it handles arrests, it handles dispatch, it
Boy, are they
handles
greedy.
all kinds of booking, evidence, parking tickets, you name
Monopoly.
it. Everything.
Can't we go back to
It's
just pen and paper?
specialized.
Cases.
This goes
To move them downstairs, there's some empty space down there.
I'm up for it.
It's very specialized. And then we'll be looking at just a few other Windows 7 upgrades, and that's not just operating system, but some other upgrades to software on some Windows 7 systems. Trend Micro Security, which is what we've used in the PD. I'm going to continue that for this
Is
next
that a
year.
firewall?
Antivirus.
So
Antivirus?
this column you're going through of software is a yearly fee? These are yearly fees?
Yearly fees. That's correct.
And they've held pretty steady.
We've had, yeah,
I know that you've negotiated some of those down for us
I have-
before.
Yeah, I have, and I have made calls this year, and I expect some change with one of our vendors this next year that will favor us, that's outside of the police, but it's a conversation I have each and every year, so I think I've made some headway this time. But anyway, yeah, these are annual fees. So now the terminal server software is not an annual fee. That is the software that would run on the terminal server that's under the hardware. So that's
a one-time?
That's a one-time, that's correct.
There's a
But everything
lesser
else is-
expense on an ongoing basis for updates and whatever.
That's correct. Updates are included with that up to, I think it's 3 years. The Avatar systems, tax collect, clerk, assessing, and then our accounting software, most of these saw an increase. Clerk and tax collect in particular, and I did talk to the company about it, and but those were marginal increases. I think you heard earlier Joyce talk about the type of support issues that they're having, or requirements that they have to meet with DRA. Well, they also have to take some of those new requirements that they have and work it into their software, and go for additional week of training, which for no other reason other than DRA requires it. And so this is really, in some regards, a pass-through of costs.
Unfunded what?
What's that? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Now, under services, and one of the things that I'm attempting to do between both the voice over IP and as well as with the collaboration software, right now the selectmen and town hall staff, Public Works, all use Google for email. This is something I set up years ago, and we were grandfathered into the Google Apps environment, but we really only take advantage of a very small portion of it. It's very powerful. There are many things that you can do with it in terms of sharing data, collaborating on documents at the same time, not having to send everything via email, so that not everybody ends up with 15 different versions of the same thing in their email.
Which one are we on now?
Exactly,
Yeah.
and there's a whole lot that
Their
goes to these
tracking
things.
device
Tracking GPS?
for emails?
There are some, but,
Look at all the information you're gathering.
well, in any,
Where do they go?
where do they go? So,
A finder device.
so
A locator?
how I foresee this is that I want to have,
Look under sent mail.
I'm never gonna get
It'll tell you where you sent it.
Joyce. This is my time, come on. So here's what we'll have at some point.
I'm paying attention,
You
Tim.
are.
I'm right
I'm
here.
having a hard time paying attention.
We're all getting a little giggly here.
She sends emails, she doesn't know where they go.
It's like the third one in 2
Someone
weeks.
must be very entertained on the other end, though. But in any event, right now, the police department is on a different system, and that system requires a certain amount of maintenance, ongoing, administration, over and above what it would necessarily have to be. At the same time, we are operating in the cloud right now with one small portion using Google Mail, but we have all these other things available to us. We do use the calendaring to a very light degree, but there's a lot more we could do.
Are we
So-
paying for that and not using it?
We're not paying for anything because I had gotten us into this program a long time ago, and then we were grandfathered in. So there are some advantages, but what I've done is I budgeted it as if we were having to pay licenses for the whole town, for every employee in town. And what this allows, though, is this allows, if the chief is working at the senior center, he can log in to his Google Apps. He'll have not only all his mail, he'll have whatever's been posted for the events of the day, or any news articles that anything that Joyce has posted up, or if there's something going on. It's our own intranet.
I have to ask, I'm sorry. What is a Google Apps?
It's what they call their cloud product. So it is.
I thought we were kidding.
It
Yeah, I
is.
did. What's a cloud product?
It's a series of products that they've branded, and they call it Google Apps. It's made by Google, and there are all these different components to it.
How
So
much money do you have in
those-
schooling, because we need to send some?
Those are all the other extra things you can do in Google.
that's right. But
Why did we
many,
get together?
many,
Okay, I get it.
different
All right.
things that you can add on.
Well, it's all these little components.
Yes.
If you will.
So
Like
it's part of a-
applications
So
within
it's
the
like going to a
program.
supermarket and being able to buy
app.
more than just hamburger.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. I'm good,
She
go.
says, what's a computer?
I have no
Elbow
idea what the
real
cloud
hard
part
for
is, but I don't need to know. I'm following you.
Yeah,
There's
so,
other things I
Or
could
that.
buy. If I decide I don't want hamburger, I can buy
right.
pork chops.
And,
Okay, got it.
in any event, there's a lot that can be done with it, but what's wonderful about it is that it's very portable, and it doesn't require a VPN. I don't even want to mention VPN, but
You already did, buddy.
it doesn't require a virtual private network to be able to have your data available to you. Yeah, okay. So
Moving on.
there are advantages to operating with Google Apps, and many state and local governments use Google Apps. So there's a lot of good reasons to use it. The primary reason, as I see, is that it now unifies us with the PD and every other town employee. So that if there's something that Joyce is needing to get out to someone, or the chief is trying to alert the other department heads to, it's not as separate as it is today. So everything can be much more unified, shared, forms, calendars, everything, to where we're a much more unified organization, as if we're working within one building, but we're really separated out over 4 different locations.
Nice if we could get calendars like that, so we could always know where
Yeah, there's
people are.
many, many things.
Instead of calling and Terry, where's so-and-so?
Right.
Today, or who's up?
How-
It's a good thing.
How are,
Changing over slowly.
how are these items under services different from software? Are these actual,
What's different is that we don't actually take delivery of these things. In other words, we pay a fee, and we now have access to this Google Apps.
I see.
And with the tax card web service, that is Avatar, making those accessible over the web. So
Why
it's
is
not-
that different than the tax collector portion of Avatar?
Because these are having the cards.
Oh, that's the
available.
program that we accepted a few years ago to be able to go in and look at the tax card.
But it's
It was
not
very
actually-
nice during the spring this year as we were going over those
It's not actually
properties.
a program,
No, but it's the thing.
it's a service.
It's the thing you're being able to go
It's
in
a
there
service.
and going to Avatar and looking at everybody's tax cards, because I can do it in all the communities that belong to it, which is wicked
And
cool.
it's a service.
Okay, I get it.
And
We don't
this
actually
is one
own
of the
it. Somebody else
services
puts
that-
it up there for us.
that before I retire, I'm going to find a way to replace this, because this is just a matter of programming and time to replace that cost.
And you have lots of that. We know that.
Ask
Yes, you
Abby,
could
she'll
have that
explain
if
it
we
to
put
you.
our own in there.
Well, it's...
You just wouldn't have the
we
advantage of looking at other communities, so.
Well, you could certainly continue to do that through Avatar's portal, but we could host our own PDF of every parcel. Yeah.
True, but it's nice to be able to go in and look at other towns.
Oh, you still can. You still can.
The way you would do it, but
No, it wouldn't cost us anything. You can do that whether we're a member of it or not.
Have to.
Anyone can. Through that anonymous login. So, in any event,
Yeah, we can do that.
As
You
we-
don't have to be a member, I know that for a fact.
yeah, as we progress down these services, Amazon S3 storage, that's where we do our movie storage, and we also do data. Every weekend, there's a certain amount of data here at the town hall that is compressed, encrypted, and transmitted, and it sits in the cloud at Amazon S3. So that if we had a disaster, it is available to us. The next two items are copier contracts, service contracts. Probably both copiers are going to need to be replaced in 2015.
I was just going to ask you that.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can get 2014, that we can make it through. And the other reason why I've been reluctant to really pursue copiers is that we really should force ourselves to buy purple bags. So purple bags for us, more electronic, fewer copies, fewer paper, less copy.
What?
What are you talking about?
He's making an analogy
Yep.
that if we recycled more,
got it.
we would have less purple bags. If we were cautious about what we did on
What we
this, what we print, versus what we don't do right now, it would be a lot less money.
And one of the reasons
I
why...
throw my papers in the box.
I got it right away.
is that the collaboration, the Google Apps collaboration could cut down, it's not going to be a huge amount, but it could cut down some on how much we have to duplicate, how much we have to copy, how much we have to distribute, because you do have the ability to make things public to other people, and they can just look at it, or they can look at it and change it, there's all
Right.
kinds of things you can
The
do.
read-only, yeah.
Yeah, but
So-
until the government decides that we can have electronic copies as our, official minutes, we're going to be pumping out paper.
I think they're going to be close to that.
I can tell you.
Yeah, more things are, DRA is
Yep.
changing a lot.
Yeah, and...
They'll accept
But
electronic.
what the state government requires the town to do has not. Somebody comes in and asks for minutes.
You have to
Go to the
produce them.
website first, so
Here you go.
they usually go to the website.
You go to, if
But
they ask for
come in and ask
minutes,
for copies of minutes, and you
Sure.
say it's on the website,
Yep.
and they say, no, I want copies of the minutes.
then
you
we
can't-
go to the website and print it out. How often is that going to happen?
That's my point. We can't say, well, it's on the website.
Right. No,
We just
no,
print
You
it
have
out.
to print it out.
Yeah, the town clerk
So that's my
maintains
point. The
copies of
state
those.
still
Maintains
requires
a
us.
copy. Yep.
Printing
But that is our official.
has almost dropped down to...
Yeah.
Yes, that has.
So, so in any event, giving it another year, I mean, obviously the big draw on our copier here is the annual report.
Right.
And that does take a toll. And I saw the copier guy the other day, kind of, so how are we looking? Are we going to make it? And
Coming out of it, and I'm like, here, all the copy guys. Where it goes.
so, but they're awfully good. I have to say Conway's been very, very good to work with.
nice, yeah.
He's very nice and he's very knowledgeable, and I think he's going to keep that thing humming for us for another year. But those are the copier service contracts, and there's some additional to cover the town report overage there. The network cabling at the police department is the next item. In order to not squander any investment that we make on voice over IP, or a new telephone system, if you will, for the police department, we really have to have the building professionally cabled. There's a number of cables in there that are very good, but just very old. Some have been stressed through, changes to the building and construction and new lights and new conduit and new this and that. over the years, and it's old cabling. And in some cases, it's not high speed enough to be able to handle voice over IP. So what this represents is professionally installed, well, we're actually getting the quote next week, but this is what I believe it's going to take to do this, but professionally installed. They test out the ends, they map it out, they provide us a map of every terminated point, they test the amount of power going through. It's a very professional organization, and that would really be a requirement in order to do the new phone system if we're going to do it the way I've planned here. So that's what that is. That will also help with some of the intermittent issues that we've run into from time to time that have pertained to cabling, many of which we've fixed, but I'd have to show you for you to have a real appreciation. But just suffice it to say that, when the building was built and everything was put in, over the years, there's been all kinds of additions and movement of cables, and so it makes sense to do this now for the new phone system. The Ossipee Mountain portion, this is anticipating that we would have 2 cars, installation, install for the equipment for the black boxes and the cameras, the in-car camera systems.
What 2 cars?
Well, you're going to pay to take it out, and you're going to pay to put it in.
Okay, I see.
For what?
If we got a new cruiser.
So that's,
Is there one in the... Okay.
Well, yeah, we did put half in the budget and half would be...
Right, in the police budget, yep.
God, I missed that. How did that get over me?
The last item there is, there's $2,140 for miscellaneous services that I can't anticipate what we might need if we have to call in an electrician for something, or call in for additional cabling, or get a network engineer in. And then there's 80 hours of call-in that I could call in a professional over and above, say, a company. I'm sort of figuring $2,100 for a company, and this 80 hours of work in an overtime capacity to bring somebody in. So that may or may not be needed. I haven't accessed any, the balance of this year, but I'd prefer to have something budgeted just in case. Panos, it is...
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
15,000.
Under yes, did you have a question there?
That's the miscellaneous other is what you're talking about. What's in there?
Well, it's...
For the services, outside contract.
For me to be able to access an
Outside Kurt.
Yeah.
Is that broken down?
No, I had it broken down, $2,140 for a particular contract
Okay.
I have in mind, and 80 hours at $58 an hour is what one of the consultants charges, but I haven't had to access him as yet.
This is a lot to grasp.
Oh, I know.
For IT. And I see a lot of hardware being purchased, and like voice over IP, and there's a lot of high terminal and things like that. Do you anticipate 2015 for this to be a huge reduction once this is going to be in?
Mm-hmm.
This is like a one-time, okay, we're going to get you up and running, and now it's going to be just maintenance and services.
Yes, in fact...
We're bringing them up into the clouds.
They're in the cloud now.
I thought that was a
We
good...
just got to pay
I
for
thought
it.
that was a good place to be. Out of the
It
clouds
used to
was
be in
bad.
the 60s, Catherine, maybe the 70s, but
No, wasn't that the rainbows?
I'm
it
going
was.
back.
Well, you're looking at least 16,000 between the terminal server and the recording device alone.
Right.
So, that's... And then I think also the services are going to...
But you have the server, you
The
have
software
the
certainly is
storage.
going to be a fixed cost.
You have the server, 6,200, then you have 6,000 for the recording device.
And then you have voice over IP.
It's 12. Yeah, the switch
Right.
there.
In the actual equipment for the voice over IP, we're not going to buy that again.
Well, and I haven't gotten to that yet, but I actually priced in a hosted system here. So we're going to spend less than the hosted system on an annual basis if we end up doing it ourselves. But I can explain that when we go through the communications. But you're looking at probably about $16,000 to $20,000 just between hardware and software that would come out in the following year.
Okay.
Looks like to me about 50%.
And that's right, it's about 50%, yeah. Not including additional services that are not, that once we have the cabling redone, there's going to be a lot of things that we're going to see ancillary benefits from in this.
Okay.
And again, also if there are things that we don't have to implement, we're not going to, obviously. So, but I don't want to leave it out of the budget because at this point in time, this is what I believe it's going to take. In the communications side, so I put in what I believe is going to, and this is really hard without talking and having any numbers from Metrocast. I've tried to get them from Fairpoint and Metrocast both, based on last week's discussion. And I plugged in a planning number here for fiber access.
And that would be for...
That's just for the PD now.
Okay.
So here's what I had planned. The Google apps will be townwide next year.
Mm-hmm.
But the voice over IP would just be the PD, because that's where the immediate need is. And, but when we're ready, we can add the senior center as an extension, add the highway as an extension, and also the town hall as an extension. Someone will be able to pick up the phone, call one number. If someone answers here in town hall, oh, you need to speak to someone in highway, they don't have to tell them, you need to hang
Please
up the
hold.
call.
Click.
Yeah, just please hold and transfer the call to that extension, or senior center, or one thing or another. It should really help in communications. There's also the ability through soft phones and other means to... I know.
You just opened up.
There are ways that you can transfer.
I don't wanna know.
There are
I know
ways
what it is. I know what it is, but they're spongy phones, Scott.
There are ways to transfer
Accept
calls
it. Move
to
on.
a device that you might be carrying with you. So if you were expecting an important call, you could receive an important call out in the field even.
Oh, my God.
The voicemails show up in your email as an attachment, all that sort of thing. So you have the ability to forward a voicemail by email or forward it through the phone system itself. There's a number of different things you can do. But for the purposes of not biting off more than we can chew, 2015 is the PD. I'm sorry, 2014 is the PD. 2015 would be
But why do you have telephone? So this is just straight, basic telephone here.
That's correct. The telephone for Town Hall, Senior Center, and Highway, that's our annual cost of our regular telephone service that we have now.
All right, so just for giggles, what would it cost to add voice over IP to Town Hall?
The question I've got is in the fiber connection. The way I envision it, we're connected through our iNet between the buildings, and therefore we have one pipe out, which, if that's the case, then it's just a matter of the number of devices that we have here and adding to this system, because what I've priced here is what's called a hosted system. We don't physically buy the hardware. We're paying for the phone per month. And by doing that, anytime a phone breaks, it goes back. We don't like that phone, it goes back. They're totally responsible for the connectivity of the phone, everything. And considering this is new to the town, and considering, especially in the PD, that we want to be able to have that capability of remote management and making sure that they don't lose any of their communications. It's really, I think, it's the highest cost, but it's the most conservative way of looking at it. So if we end up doing it ourselves, which there is another solution that I have for doing it ourselves with our own devices, it's more expensive up front, but it's less expensive over the long term. So it's just like anything. It's like, do you buy something and do it yourself and do it,
Once we're
less
set up,
expensive?
you'll be able to access the police department servers from your office.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I can
Maybe
access
even
them.
your home office.
Well, I do now. I can now, but the speed by which we do
Fiber,
things.
yeah.
I can't tell you how long your meetings take to transmit to Amazon. Hours.
One of the things that Tim and I had talked about, because, I mean, this is very ambitious. This is an ambitious work plan. And because we talked about doing the town hall and everything now, and it's like, well, let's just focus, get the PD, and then, this is ambitious.
And the PD is where the real need is. They don't have enough extensions for the officers. The system is really out of voicemail capacity. Has been for years, but it's challenging over there.
But this new phone system, just for the PD, costs as much as the phone system we have now for three entities.
buildings.
3 buildings.
That's correct.
But the following year, we won't have that cost.
But, no, we will. We will. That's an annual cost that you see here. This is hosted, meaning we're basically leasing this system. So, that is, as I said, I priced it the most conservatively.
What does the phone system they have now cost us?
Nothing.
Phone system, the equipment itself?
The equipment itself, nothing.
No, but the service.
Because we own them.
Costs us roughly, it's about $400 a month.
That's $4,800.
So it's not that much more
Right.
for the new system you're proposing.
Except that we have the fiber cost. But the fiber cost will benefit the entire town
isn't
once
that
we're
just-
all on that.
Isn't that just a one-time,
That's not.
that's also...
Because, well, depending
As
upon how
fiber
things-
access, I thought that was to get it into the building,
Well,
because they
depending-
talked about that.
Well, what I've priced here is actually the monthly, or the annual, the cost of our accessing the internet. Based on what the contract reads right now,
Oh, I get it.
what I'm anticipating is we are going to get connected by someone, paid for, but we still have to pay to use the service out.
Okay.
So,
Just like we do now.
just like we do, well,
We
No,
pay for the internet.
no.
we don't pay.
Well, that's ending on the 31st of December.
Seriously?
It is?
When that contract goes up, goes away, we have, and unless we had signed the addendum, and we have to talk with
Right.
Maura and Steve.
Well-
So we're not going to get it?
That remains to be seen in the negotiations, but they don't have to.
Don't let internet go away
No,
for
we
our
don't.
senior center, come on.
No, we don't want any of this to go away.
So these other 2 items in the bottom are existing?
These are existing.
Nothing
That's correct. And, right, and the supplies and salary.
So what's the air cards and phone cards and cellular?
That is, that's actually our Verizon service. That plus, the board had asked me to figure out what my monthly cost would be, and I've determined about $30 a month.
A month?
Yeah.
Is
So-
that townwide, that cost? That's for PD?
That's for PD.
And
that-
highway,
that covers, well, highway doesn't have a cell phone, but that covers the code enforcement phone. The
number do I
welfare
have?
phone is paid as an expense out of the welfare.
So there's no town cell phones at highway?
There are no town cell phones at highway.
Yeah, they all use their own personal.
Yep.
I thought Dennis had one.
He had one at one point, but
Yeah,
it
but
was
he
a
gave it
briefcase
back.
phone.
Yeah, but now we're calling.
He didn't carry it in his pocket, so, you know.
He didn't?
There was no point in having it. So,
I know the feeling.
Not only
He
that, but
answers
he
the-
can only
he
give that
answers
cell
his
phone
home
to
phone
the people
one.
he wants. If you don't have his
Really?
number, that's because he don't want it to. If he's got a town phone, everybody gets it.
This is very excellent, Tim.
well, it,
So should we think about that with him, though? Or no?
What? Dennis?
He would not
No.
use it. yeah.
So the only other one is health officer.
Yep.
My understanding of this whole process is that thus far, we've Band-Aided, pieced together, we've kind of, we're not on a level of technology up until this year.
The PD certainly isn't.
That, well, in order to come into this century and interface with everybody we need to interface with, and take advantage of the technology, which ultimately will save us money, increase our communications, the fact that we used to pay $8,000 for this $50 expenditure. Ultimately, the costs go down, and I noticed that this budget is less than we actually spent in the past year.
Right, we had some extraordinary expenses.
I understand that.
Which, were probably not going to be repeated, but this also includes some extraordinary expenses as well.
Where will this bring them? Will this bring them to where they should be technology-wise? Or will this just bring them up to one level, and then we'll be looking at a little more next year to get them where they should be to compete with other, or communicate, I should
Just
say.
to
with
live
other
in this day and age.
No, I think this is a big step. I wouldn't say it's the be-all, end-all, but it is really what's needed, what's required, and the whole collaboration piece is really going to be a big productivity boost, I believe. It's going to certainly improve communications, and anytime you improve communications within the town and have the opportunity for increased productivity, because you're using all the same tools and you're sharing all the same work, I think it presents many more opportunities to not have to spend money in some other fashion, through additional salary or people to do things. So I think there could be some productivity improvements as well, but certainly communication is going to be the big thing. And let's face it, when you have a very lean staff that's flat out, you have to have really good communication so that everybody can stay current with what's going on and be aware and be mindful and look out for one another. Because you don't have the kind of full staff, town-wide to be able to do that.
Right.
So,
I'd like to make a motion to accept the information technology budget as presented by Tim. What's the total? 102,110, because in here it's 102,310.
No, I thought it was 111,000.
That was last week's.
Oh, was this last week? Sorry.
we've moved on from last week.
I have 102,310 in the budget that you just handed out.
310 is the correct number.
Okay, so
Take out of...
I'll second it.
102,310.
Well, I can explain. So, the change, the primary change was in going from an in-house voice over IP to a hosted system.
Okay.
So if we were to go back to an in-house system, we would pay more in hardware and installation, sort of work, the phones and the equipment and some services up front, but we'd have a lesser cost down the road.
It's more of a hit if we do it ourselves now.
It's more of a hit now, whereas we can get in, get it done with a hosted system, and always have that capability of going to our own system down the road. We're not locked in other words.
We have a motion on the floor, right?
We do, I'm just
Okay.
thinking about what...
I have a question, but it's not necessarily about the budget, so.
Okay. Do we have any more questions for Tim on the budget? It's pretty extensive, I'll tell you.
Nice job.
It's nice.
Mind-boggling.
It is mind-boggling because there's a lot of new stuff in there that I question whether or not we...
The cloud. Just pretend you're in the cloud.
I'm still trying to get over the portal into the other world.
We need, but I'm good with it.
When I was out of the room.
We'll see where it goes.
can
missed
really
the portal.
see- I can really see a lot
It's like
of
a panic.
advantages.
Yeah.
The advantages to the phone system and the advantages to the collaboration.
Well, you're improving their working environment.
Because then
The
the
productivity
physical location becomes less and less important.
But isn't it going to be boring when their computers just fail for no
I
reason?
like boring.
And that
Believe me,
stops?
it's been anything
What are they
but
going to
boring.
do?
Can I give this to Joyce?
Madam Chair, I'd like to call the question.
Okay. All those in favor of accepting the budget for $102,110?
310.
It's 310.
310.
$310,000? To accept the technology cloud budget?
Question.
Cloud budget.
I'm asking it.
Excellent. Aye.
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 Now, my question is,
Opposed? Abstain? Okay.
my question is, now you have to understand, I was raised in a rural area on the farm. So I'll use this analogy. What are you doing to prevent all of our eggs being piled higher and higher in one basket? That's you, buddy. Break a leg, have a car accident, and we are in trouble.
Actually.
That's the outside contract.
No, really. Well,
Not
you
for
also-
$6,000 or whatever.
Well, no, if I might say that.
We'll wheel them in.
By
Could've done
by
this for $6
standardizing-
grand.
By standardizing in terms of both phone and also the other systems, you also place less reliance on any one particular server, because now you're using services, which also do not require a VPN. So there's a lot less complexity. There's a lot of Google Apps people out there. There's a lot of voice over IP. You actually are spreading the risk. Whereas if everything is homegrown and, it's what I did to tweak it and that sort of thing, then there's much greater risk in what I did, as opposed to using standardized things that are...
You're still the only one who understands the system. We already had that problem, and you are the solution to that, but going forward, it would seem as though someone else should have a working, firm grasp on what's going on.
Won't this have a catalog, basically, when you're done?
I do. I spend at least a quarter of my time documenting things. So I document. And Joyce knows, I do a lot of this kind of stuff anyway, just even in finance. But I can't say it's all very pretty, but it is extensively documented in terms of what we have, what to do when, that kind of thing.
The question was for the camera as much as it was for me. I understand what you're doing, but we had problems with one particular individual patching together things, and then nobody understood what was going on when he left. I want to make sure that people will be able to understand what's going on should something happen.
We weren't making the investment.
No, we weren't.
He was really asked to do an awful lot with very little.
Duct tape and Band-Aids.
Basically nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm not faulting him, I'm faulting the system, and I want to see it repeated for those who come after. But I'm dead and buried.
I just wanted to make the comment that obviously I'm trying to get the information regarding the INET, the configuration, the costs, and that'll have some bearing on your discussion last week also in terms of that whole agreement.
And we can't call MetroCast until you get a grasp on what that component of it means to us.
Right, and I heard from her this afternoon, so...
Laura?
No, this is someone else in
Okay.
your office.
Yep.
Amanda. And so I'm hoping we'll have that soon.
Good, because the 31st, they'll
That could
extend us a
change- that
bit
could
maybe,
change
but...
That portion of the budget. But I've got other people looking at other options, too.
So we have a good working draft of the budget, and it was, excellent work by you two.
Absolutely.
Going forward.
Yeah.
I think that, I don't think I'm ready to send it to the Budget Committee yet as a draft at this point. I think we should wait a week
Yep.
to get the finalized numbers
They
on some
don't,
of
they
the things that we
don't
were
meet
talking
next
about.
week anyway, so we still have a little time. I know on the 4th of December, I'm presenting recycling stuff to them and what have you, but
You are?
I am. He asked me to last night.
Oh,
Yeah.
I missed that.
That's
Yeah, he
right.
did.
On the 2nd, I have a recycle meeting. I was going to compile all of the information. I've already spoken with the finance IT guy, and he assures me that he'll have the best information that he has available to him.
I just have one other question. I know we're tired, so we can move on. December 24th is on a Tuesday. The Christmas is the 25th. Are we allowing our employees a half a day like we did last year for Christmas? That's my only question.
This is an unbudgeted extra holiday, is that correct? This is
Half a
not
day.
part of the regular holiday schedule.
Half a day.
No, it's not in our holiday schedule, no. We did the same thing last year.
Bah, humbug.
And also, the pay cycle would be normally, people would get their checks on Wednesday, but that would be Christmas Day. So I was going to bring up to the board to see if you would permit that payday being that Tuesday, the 23rd.
Yes. I would, the
I'm fine with
24th, you
that.
mean?
I'm fine with half a day on the 24th.
Half a day as opposed to the whole day? Is that what
was asked
I just
for.
heard?
Did you say half a day?
Half a day.
Right.
Okay, I thought you
did
said the
last-
whole day.
Last year, we did the half a day, and that's what
Right.
I'm asking, if we're going to do that.
Yeah.
And that won't present any problems in the operations of town hall?
No.
Shouldn't.
Not on that, it hasn't since I've been
Will the tax collector, town clerk
Well,
be
they would have been
open?
due the 20th.
Yeah.
They what?
The
The
tax bills
taxes.
are due the 20th, so.
I understand that, but it's the last day, last week of the month. Lots of people registered. That's a busy week for them.
Christmas Eve
No, the
is
last-
not a busy day.
Right.
Not
They still
necessarily,
have
the last week of the month, she told me, is their busiest time.
The 30th and 31st would be the last day of the week. That would be the following week.
Last week of the month, I
Right.
said.
That's
Right,
it.
that's the week after
That's the
Christmas.
week afterwards.
2 days, should be interesting for them. I'm okay. I'm just observing. I just wanted to make sure that it
Well,
didn't
they'll
present
be
a
back the
problem.
26th and 27th,
Right.
Okay,
and then the Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
okay,
No, so
good enough.
I have a question for
I'll make a
Joyce.
motion that we
I would-
allow the half a day,
Oh,
Christmas,
second.
the 24th. Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Okay.
You made the
Oh, yes.
I didn't second, she seconded it. All
Really, it's an FYI more than a question. When
right, I'll do that.
we were talking with the trail people, I asked Chuck and Kathy if they were, because the membrane was brought up that they're talking about putting there instead of removing all the contaminated soils. And I know we've had that conversation, but I don't remember who made the decision to put the membrane there, but the Conservation Commission was unaware of it.
putting a membrane.
They're not going to remove all the contamination.
Right.
They're going to put the, and I can't remember what they call it. We have one over there in the park. It's, on the deed.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, but the Conservation Commission wasn't aware of it and wasn't aware that a decision was made at some point. It must have been by the selectmen?
Yes, when you accepted.
We accepted it, right.
The APCA, and it was, and we ran it by, he put those recommendations forward to Jennifer Martz and
Right.
Kathy Castani at EPA, and the engineer's recommendation that it was the best.
It's cheaper.
It was significantly more expensive to remove and then refill.
And you would be, not recontaminating, but you're stirring up contamination, which is worse than putting the preferred accepted method of treatment, which is to cover it.
Okay.
And the board did vote.
Right.
I just want to make certain that the Conservation Commission, as we go forward, is in on any,
They received copies, maybe they just didn't notice.
All right, one
Happens
more
to me all the
motion.
time.
One
make
more,
motion to adjourn.
no,
Oh, come
one
on.
motion to have payroll on the Tuesday, the 24th, instead of the
Second.
25th. Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, go ahead.
Motion adjourned.
All right,
Oh,
all
thank
those in
God.
favor? Aye.
Now I gotta walk all the way to the darn parking lot.
I've already sent,
Parking lot.
sent the notice out, so we send out another one asking about what their policy is for.
No, we'll just ask Augusta. Augusta's going to know what is the policy of the, and I don't believe they require them to attend. The zoning, the planning board doesn't. We don't have that policy. We should. So, and then the question is, if they're not